chance to film. That's a big crowd tonight. Good evening and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item that caller would like to comment on. And if you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1.5 minutes. If joining in person, you'll be asked to come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson.
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Hinkle. Here. Jezerski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim. Here. Lindstedt.
Here.
Marsh Wolfson.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Ford.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
The States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time on an item, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. The clerk will be assisting with the timekeeping, and council members will be able to see their time on the podium. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We will begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, this agenda is approved. The first item this evening under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring June 3rd, 2022 as Gun Violence Prevention Day in the city and county of Broomfield. Before we get to this proclamation, please join me in a moment of silence for the 14 students and their teacher who were killed in a school shooting today in Texas. Thank you. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezerski by the podium. Welcome you all. Will the representatives please introduce themselves?
I'm Kathy Kelly. Kathy Kowski.
Abigail Bada.
Eugene Wing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Balling, Director of Public Health.
And Sarah Mock, also with Public Health and Environment.
Roger Plunkett, Deputy Chief of Police.
Thank you. This proclamation addresses Broomfield's responsibility to protect the public safety of its residents by raising awareness and increasing understanding related to gun violence and suicide in our community. This collaborative effort includes data tracking, research, community outreach, and resources to expand mental health services, along with educating residents on the safe storage of firearms. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim June 3rd, 2022, as Gun Violence Prevention Day in the city and county of Broomfield, and invite all residents to use this day to raise awareness and increase understanding about gun violence in the Broomfield community. Next, we will be taking comments from the public. If there's anyone who would like to speak on this proclamation, please come to the podium. Not seeing any online. And there's none on the phone. Comments and questions from council are next. Are there any council member questions or comments? Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I worked on this, I guess this is our third annual gun violence prevention proclamation. And I remember working on the first gun violence prevention proclamation. And it was largely in support of our high school students here on Broomfield as they did the March for Our Lives walkouts of school. And at that time, I really had this hope that that would be the last time we would do that, that we would have a proclamation. And yet, here we are on the same day as someone went and 14 students lost their lives. Some of you know I'm a substitute teacher. I spend a good amount of my time substituting in the classrooms here locally. I'm going to be in a high school and a middle school and an elementary school in the next 2 days. So this is one of those that's very hard for me to continue to see because it means that we aren't necessarily addressing the issue, and we continue to cause a great deal of trauma to our communities, and especially our little ones that are in our communities. There are days when I'm in the schools where we do a lockdown drill, which is a voice comes over the loudspeaker and tells all the children lockdown, and all the children huddle in the corner of their classroom. Many of them afraid. I think that they all have the sense that it's not real, but it's days like today that it could be real. And I think that that's a reason that we do need to ensure that we are moving forward on what does this mean for our community, and how can we prevent this from happening in our community and other communities. For many years we've asked the federal government to make some movement on this, seeing that it is a national issue. We've asked our state to do it, and the state removed the preemption, which means that they kind of kick it down to local governments to deal with. And I'm proud to say that this council up here has moved forward with a study session, and we will be moving forward with a study session to look at what we can do here at local government to prevent gun violence. And the other piece that's in this is also suicide by guns, which is also another cause for concern that is happening. So I want to turn to our attorney, who I know has some dates lined up for kind of the next steps as council did move forward to put this on a study session.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. That study session that Councilmember Schaaf referenced will be on September 20th, with a first reading tentatively scheduled for November 1st and the second reading November 29th.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Like Councilmember Schaaf, I wanted to comment first in terms of the 27th school shooting this year that happened this afternoon. Unfortunately, the death count is now 18 elementary school students who were shot. I may have mentioned 1,000 times, my wife's a teacher, has been doing shooter drills for many years. One of the best days she had when she came home one day to say they had new doors installed, and she no longer had to go into the hallway to lock her door, and she could lock it from inside the classroom. And I was reflecting on that today, and I was reflecting also that my son just graduated from a university, completed his student teaching very successfully, but decided he did not want to be a teacher and is going to do a different vocation. And I'm feeling kind of relieved today. But I wanted to, so I think it is personal, and I wanted to just also comment that I think we somewhat live in a bubble, and there was some discussion about life here and elsewhere. Some things are worldwide and global. The inflation we're suffering right now is not US alone, it's global. UK has the highest inflation in 40 years, as we do. Gas prices are global. It's $4 here, it's $8 in Germany. But the gun violence is not particularly global, and that's where we draw a line. There are places in this world that are far more violent in terms of gun violence than us. You go to Latin America and some countries in South America where the government basically is a criminal gang, and the violence rates are astronomical. But our rates are 4 per 100,000 people in gun violence. And you compare that to places like Japan, and that's 4.0. Japan is 0.02. UK is 0.04. Norway is 0.07. The gun rates here are 8 times higher than they are in Canada. They're 100 times higher here than in the UK. And so this is a uniquely American problem that we do need to address. And it isn't just in terms of mass violence like the murders today of 18 children and a teacher, but it also affects suicide. You are 40 times more likely to die from suicide if you try a gun than any other method. There are more deaths from guns by suicide than murder. People may think it's the other way around, that more people die from guns through suicide, through homicide. So I think we need to take into account that this has a massive impact on everyday life. And I also we need to reflect, I think, on whether guns truly make us safer. There's an impression that if you have guns, you're a safer place. And if that was, there's this common saying that if that was the case, we'd be the safest place in the world because we have 270 million guns in this country. But the statistics speak otherwise. If you have a gun in the home, you're 4 times more likely to have an accidental shooting. If you are actually a victim of a burglary, you're more likely to die if you use a gun to defend yourself. And again, I mentioned suicide. If you have a gun in a house, the rate of suicide among children is 4 times higher than if the household does not have a gun. So I think proclamations like this are very important to just raise awareness and to reflect on what are we doing and what we need to do to change the statistics before one of us is sadly in the list of victims. Thank you.
Councilmember Marsh Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. Today's a tragic reminder of the problem that we have with what happened in Texas. I'm a father of a first grader, and I can't even imagine what happened. And the lockdown drills that she has to go through. It is well past time, and Councilmember Todd Cohen just put out the statistics much better than I did. It's well past time for the deal with this issue in this country. The Second Amendment was written at a time when there was no standing army and there was no police force, and it's not applicable today. And it's well past time that we get past this idea that it's just past time. So thank you for the city to put this out there, and I'm looking forward to moving forward with this as a local community as much as we can do at a local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Would our representatives like to give us any remarks?
On behalf of all of us here locally in the Broomfield Moms Demand Action, I want to say thank you for your courage and your commitment to really caring for your constituents and recognizing that this is a significant problem. I appreciate Councilman Cohen giving the statistics and recognizing that this is not a problem that you apply your reasonable gun ownership to. We have now surpassed 200 mass murders this year. 200 mass murders. Every single day in the United States, in Colorado, more than 22 veterans do murder by suicide using a gun. 5 children a day accidentally kill themselves with a gun that is not properly stored. We cannot live like this any longer. And I'm so grateful for this council having the courage to look at this issue and identify the ways that you can make a difference. On behalf of all of us here at the local Moms Demand Action, our statewide chapter, which is well over 6,000 people, and our national organization that is more than 6 million people, we beg you to continue to fight for this cause so that no other families have to go through this absolute devastation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Would anyone else like to speak? Director Bowles? All right. Well, thank you all for joining us this evening and for your ongoing dedication to protecting the public safety of our community. Thank you. Switching gears. Our next item under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring June 2022 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in the city and county of Broomfield. Will the staff and representatives here to accept the proclamation please come and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the podium. And welcome, and would you please introduce yourself?
Sasha Davis.
And the gentleman behind you, dapper bow tie.
Demetrius Parker.
Thank you. Sasha Davis is part of our local P-Flag chapter, which is Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. They do a lot. So welcome. And this proclamation recognizes Broomfield's commitment and dedication to fostering inclusion of all its residents and preventing discrimination and bullying based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and family makeup. The rich diversity of Broomfield's residents strengthens the vibrant character and integrity of our community. And it is imperative that all people feel valued, safe, empowered, and supported by their peers, educators, and community leaders. Broomfield has made a commitment to advancing the equitable treatment of all residents as a welcoming community and recognizes the importance of holding the truth that LGBTQIA+ rights are human rights. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim June 2022 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in the city and county of Broomfield, and urge residents to recognize the contributions made by members of the LGBTQIA+ community and to actively promote the principles of equity, and liberty. Next, we will have public comments. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak on this proclamation, now's the time. All right, we'll move to council questions and comments. Anyone on council? I guess. And let me find my notes. LGBTQ Pride Month is a celebration of freedom to pursue a happy life according to one's own terms. Embracing our diversity is an affirming way and actually saves lives. Most LGBTQ kids are born into straight families without a support network or anyone to turn to as they figure out they're unlike most other people. For this reason, a public declaration of the LGBTQ community is vital, broadcasting to the world that queer people can find love and acceptance if they have the courage to seek it. This is why the act of being openly gay is so important. It was millions of gays and lesbians coming out of the closet and openly celebrating Pride that caused gay rights to progress so quickly throughout the latter half of the 20th century. As San Francisco City Councilman Harvey Milk so powerfully put it in a 1978 speech on Gay Freedom Day, you must come out. Think about all of the children and teenagers who know they're LGBTQ, but cannot even begin to fathom taking a step out of the closet for fear of abuse from their families, churches, or peers, who look at these celebrating Pride and see a glimpse of hope that things can get better and that they can be free, safe, and celebrated for who they are. That's the power of Pride. And that's why Pride Month is so very important. So if you're a straight person and you're finding yourself perplexed by the Pride celebrations taking place around town this year, stop and remember that you get to live out and proud every single day without fear, without oppression, and without even thinking about it. That is a unique gift that the majority of LGBTQ people have never gotten to experience. Think about all of the hurdles to equality that still exist in our nation and the trauma that so many LGBTQ people have faced simply because of who they are or who they love. And as you reflect on the reality of LGBTQ people, I hope you begin to realize the importance and power of Pride, and that you will raise the rainbow flag in support of your LGBTQ community as they fearlessly express their beauty in our community. I'm beyond grateful to our City Council and the community for supporting this proclamation, recognizing June as LGBTQ Pride Month in Broomfield. Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to y'all.
First of all, I would like to thank our Madam Mayor and our entire City Council for their continued dedication to ensuring inclusivity and equity for all Broomfield residents. Given the attacks on queer families and queer children across the nation, there is no hyperbole to the statement that proclamations like this one save lives. This is an affirmation from our council, from our city business offices, to our LGBTQIA+ community, and that at least at home, we are safe, we are accepted, we are celebrated for being who we are. And that is vitally, vitally important. To that end, on behalf of P5 Broomfield and the kids of Alphabet Soup, I would like to invite all of you to join us on June 4th at the North Midway Park to celebrate Pride. We will be kicking off the second annual Broomfield Pride Party in the Park, 11:30 a.m. with a motorcade headed down the Broomfield Parade route. You all know where it is. We will be there until 4 o'clock. We will have 33 booths out to celebrate us this year, including 3 food trucks. They're all very tasty, you should know. Kona Ice will be there for the children. And we hope that you can all come and join us in uplifting and celebrating our group. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Demetrius?
I just want to say thank you, Mayor, council members. As someone who is new to Broomfield as far as an employee, but I am a neighbor of this community, I want to say thank you. Also, as the program manager for development, diversity, equity, and inclusion, it just goes to show how serious this topic is for us, and that we truly believe in what it is that we say. And we are not only saying things, but we are also doing things. And so I want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for all who came from PFLAG as well, and your commitment to equity and inclusion. Let's all do our part to keep Broomfield the welcoming and inclusive community it is. Next, under petitions and communications, we have a proclamation announcing participation in the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the podium. Welcome, and would our wonderful guest like to introduce herself?
Amy Yarger, Butterfly Pavilion.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Yarger. This proclamation announces participation in the Mayor's Monarch Pledge in an effort to save the beloved monarch butterfly, whose population has declined more than 90% in the past 2 decades. As the future home of the state-of-the-art Butterfly Pavilion Center for Invertebrate Research and Conservation, Broomfield will host a global hub of invertebrate knowledge, conservation, inspiration, and connection, and will continue efforts to provide pollinator-friendly habitats and programming in our parks, open spaces, corridors, and even rooftops, spanning across Broomfield with a future first-of-its-kind pollinator district. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim participation in the Mayor's Monarch Pledge and urge all Broomfield residents to restore and enhance habitat for monarchs and other wildlife in our community. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this proclamation? Seeing none, anyone on council? All right, Ms. Yargo, would you like to provide some remarks?
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council members. I have had the pleasure and honor of working with the City and County of Broomfield in partnership on many conservation efforts. And I want to say that this Mayor's Monarch Pledge is about more than just the monarch butterfly. It really is making Broomfield even more what Broomfield is, which is, to me, really connecting people with the natural world. Some of the things we value so much about our community here in Broomfield is the fact that people can get out and enjoy what Colorado has to offer so easily, thanks to the efforts of the City and County of Broomfield and its partners. And so Butterfly Pavilion looks forward to working with the city as well as with our local partners to make sure that everyone feels like they have a stake in conservation and can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here and for your efforts to educate our communities and in turn sustain the monarch butterfly population and other invertebrates for years to come. Thanks so much, Ms. Yarger. Kind of in this theme, the next item under petitions and communications is a presentation on the 2022 Broomfield Trail Adventure. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And Pete Dunleavy, our commander and chief behind Kristen Pritz, is going to walk us through one of Broomfield's most favorite thing right before what we talk about next, which is the One Book, One Broomfield. Mr. Dunleavy.
Thank you very much, and good evening to the mayor and city council. Thank you for having the time to be here. I'm here to invite the council and the community to both of these events. So our 21st Broomfield Trail Adventure on June 4th and our 8th Broomfield 100 Challenge, which really takes place throughout the summer. We are really excited that we're doing this. These events can be sort of back to normal and in person again. It hasn't been that much fun the past couple of years trying to do these virtually, and we're back where we have a in-person event planned for Saturday, June 4th. And if I could go to the next slide, just a little bit of information about that. Yeah, so we're hosting this year at Anthem Community Park, so right next to Sienna Reservoir. And this is our local celebration of National Trails Day. And so there's celebrations all across the country. This is our local event. And really both of these events, the Trail Adventure and the Broomfield 100, are our attempt to promote the trail system and get people excited about open space and trails, and really make sure that people know the resources that we have. This event, really that was the main idea behind it, was to show people trails that they may not know about in the community. It's great for newer residents and that type of thing. So for the Trail Adventure, we hold that in a different location every year. We try to highlight new trails in particular. So this year's event, again, will be hosted at the Anthem Community Park. We can look at the maps in just a second, but the walking loop will go through the Anthem 24 Hilltop neighborhood. Really spectacular new trails up there with views to the west. It's kind of one of the high points in Broomfield where the trails kind of climb up, meander up, and those are nice soft surface trails. So if you haven't seen those trails yet, we really think you would enjoy them. Our event begins at 8 a.m. It's early. Part of the idea here is that those Saturdays in June are very busy. This is something that we're typically wrapped up by 9:45. 10 o'clock. So, when I hear about these other events, I know June 4th is a busy day. You can attend this and also go to the Pride event, certainly. We'll have educational displays, seed packet giveaways. Amy and Butterfly Pavilion are going to be joining us, the Wildlife Masters, Sustainable Broomfield. We'll have a whole bunch of information tables and interpretive things, wildlife information about the open space, and of course, the trail system. This really is a collaboration with Parks, Recreation, Communications, Public Works, the police, library, HHS, of course, the city manager's office. So we really appreciate all the help we get putting these events together. I know some of you on the city council have attended this in past years. And of course, there's some new faces for this event, so really encourage you to come out. Maybe I'll just look at the maps quickly here. Can you go to the next slide? This is the walk. I know this is really hard to see. We have these on our website also, these maps. That's the walking loop. So from Sienna Reservoir, it will kind of meander up the hill and around this new Anthem 24 neighborhood. Our aerials haven't caught up with exactly what's on the ground out here yet. So it's a little far, but you will meander back down and go through the underpass, Sheridan Boulevard. And if you haven't been out to Sienna Reservoir, morning views are really beautiful out there to begin with. Next slide. Our bike loop will go a little bit of a different direction and go through the Anthem Ranch Trail. So we have a lot of a very nice green belt on the west side of Anthem Ranch and views to the west. And a lot of trail connections that we hope you'll notice along the way. This loop goes through a lot of the underpasses and connects to some larger regional trails as well. Next slide. Thank you. So specific to the Broomfield 100, this again, we just have our passports. I left some of them up there for the council. I just cut these this afternoon, but we will have many more coming off the printer this week. And by the weekend, we will be getting these out to the rec centers, the library, the CIC's desk here, HHS buildings, so the public can get them. And within these passports, there's 14 different trail loops unique to this year, and 6 different outdoor events, and an insert of some things that specific for kids that they can do. You know, the idea is to try to get through these loops through the summer. And we have it, we'll be at the city tent at Broomfield Days in September for people to turn in their completed passports for prizes. You can do this anytime of the year. We'd like to start it on National Trails Day on June 4th and wrap it up at Broomfield Days formally. But this is something, you know, you can keep, and please share these with your neighbors and new residents. Yeah, next slide, please. Just to wrap up again, we will be, we'll start at 8 o'clock at the community park. We ask people to come a little bit early just to register. We have some prizes and handouts. We'll have refreshments there too, music. So I ask people to come at 7:30. I know that's a little early, so it'll be beautiful out there at that time. We really are hoping for nice weather as always. This is a rain or shine event. I think we got maybe our bad weather out of the way last weekend. So hoping for the best for June 4th. This is, we've always tried to do this as a zero waste event. And so one thing I just want to be upfront about is with some of the concerns with COVID-19, we have shifted a little bit from shared food items and coffee creamers and that type of thing to some individually wrapped items for that purpose. So we are not going to be quite zero waste for this event. We will have compost, recycling there, and we'll be as close as we possibly can. But I think the memo that we sent to you guys, we were hoping for even better conditions and said this would be zero waste. Just want to be upfront about that. I think with that, we just want to extend that invite to the council and the entire community. And if there's any questions about those events, we do have all the maps and information up on our website, broomfieldopenspace.com. And I would be happy to answer any questions the council or community might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dunleavy. Next is public comments. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? Not seeing any. We'll go to council next. Any members of council have any comments or questions? Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I didn't send this to staff ahead of time and I just thought of it. I'm sorry. I hope I don't catch you off guard. But there's been a lot of conversation in our communities around fire mitigation regarding open space. And I think that this would be a great event to be able to help educate folks on what we are doing with our open spaces to mitigate wildfire danger in close proximity to homes. And given the trail location, that is kind of a perfect location to be able to demonstrate that. I wonder if that's going to be part of the Open Space and Trails Day.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. I think it's a great idea, and it's something we have been working on and talking about, and we have actually met with North Metro Fire out in this area at Anthem Ranch to discuss that, and I know Clay Shook has been working on that an awful lot, so it's something we can definitely have some information on at our tables. We'll have a number of tables there, staff tables, and I think that's a great idea, and I will make sure that we have the information at the event.
Thank you. Anyone else? It's just kind of dawned on me that most of this council, even though they've been seated since 2019, hasn't been able to participate in this event in person. This is the first time for many of us, not in fact. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm so excited that we're back in person. It really is an incredible opportunity for your family and just to see the beautiful trails that we have. And Anthem is one of the more special places to me. So hopefully you guys can come out and join us. Thank you both so much.
Thank you very much.
Then finally, under petitions and communications, this evening is a presentation on the 2022 One Book, One Broomfield program. I'm a member. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize. Ms. Gill?
Yes, thank you and good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. My name is Catherine and I am a librarian at Broomfield Library. This evening, I'm very excited to announce the 2022 One Book, One Broomfield selection. The selected title for this year is The Honey Bus, a memoir of loss, courage, and a girl saved by bees by Meredith May. The Honey Bus is a gripping memoir interlaced with beekeeping wisdom. In The Honey Bus, Meredith details her troubled childhood. She vividly describes memories of her mother divorcing her father and moving to live with her grandparents near Big Sur in Carmel Valley, California. With Meredith's mom struggling with her mental health, Meredith's grandfather and his bees become a guiding force in Meredith's life, teaching her about family, the meaning of home, resiliency, and hope. The Honey Bus has been published in 18 countries and translated into 11 languages. May will release a children's version of the Honey Bus called My Hive in 2024. May is a fifth-generation beekeeper and award-winning journalist. She won the PEN USA Literary Award for Journalism, the Casey Medal for Meritorious Journalism, and was shortlisted for the Pulitzer Prize. In addition to a 16-year career at the San Francisco Chronicle, May is also a former professor of journalism and podcasting at Mills College. She currently lives in Carmel Valley with her bees. The community vote continues to be an excellent way to engage the community, as 263 votes were cast between the 3 titles chosen by the committee. The author talk will occur on November 5th at 7 p.m. and will be held in person at Broomfield Auditorium. The format of the event is a 45-minute conversation with the moderator, followed by 15 minutes of questions from the community. A book signing will be held after the event. Library programming staff are currently planning programs to host before the author event to support community conversations around this title. I would like to thank Mayor Castriata and Councilmember Schaaf, as well as the representatives from the Library Board, Broomfield Library Friends Foundation, and our community members who participated in this year's selection process. The One Book program would not be possible without the numerous reading hours, thoughtful discussions, and dedication to bring in another wonderful title to Broomfield. We are excited about this title and are looking forward to Miss May's author talk in November. Thank you, and at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Giles. Next would be public comment. If anyone would like to comment on this item, please step up to the podium. And seeing none online, we'll go to council member comments. Councilmember Schaaf?
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm excited. This is such a it's a great book, just want to thank the rest of the One Book, One Broomfield committee for their dedication to this group. this is, we had some really great books that we put out this year, and it's always, this year and last year were the first times, last year was the first time that we put this out to a committee vote. And it's always an interesting process because as being someone that's on the committee, we get to see all these different titles. And, I feel a certain connection to one book, and this was one book that I felt a connection to. I'm not sure how it's going to resonate with the rest of the community. So it's always this exciting moment when I get to find out, was I in jive with the rest of the committee, or was I totally, in left field on this? And this is such a great book. And it's very timely, in terms of a lot of conversations that we're having around the Monarch Pledge, around the Butterfly Pavilion. There's so many different connections that have, a connection within Broomfield and this book. But then also this idea of resiliency. And we come out of this pandemic, we continue to watch and walk with our neighbors that recover from the Marshall Fire. And we see this, this idea of courage and this resiliency and like triumph. And that's what this book is about. So I hope that you all take the time to read this, enjoy it. I hope that you can enjoy it. And then please join us for the author talk in November. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I have to say, when I was inducted into the One Book, One Broomfield committee as mayor, I was like, when am I going to find time to read on top of all the council stuff? But then I got this book, and then I remembered how much I love to read, and you will too. The story is beautiful. You'll find yourself reading things over and over because it's just so beautifully written, and a story of hope and perseverance that we can all use a little bit right now. So yeah, get a copy. I hope we have a ton at the library.
Yes, we do.
Good. And thank you so much, Ms. Gills, and the whole One Book, One Broomfield committee for their dedication. There's some amazing book pickers.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to move into general public comment now. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items listed elsewhere on this evening's agenda. As mentioned earlier, the public may comment both in person or on the phone. If you're joining on the phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. And you'll have 3 minutes as outlined earlier.
Hello, I'm Jim Marion. I own 121 Main Street. How you doing? My time is being spent here just to discuss parking a little bit. This isn't the first time I've talked to you guys, so nice to see you again. I did want to just raise the point that, in all the pages of the comprehensive study that's going on for downtown here, you have a section on parking, but you get very specific with 818 residential spots, all this retail, commercial, et cetera. But there's yet to be like, here's how many spots minimum for parking we're going to be doing.
Well, excuse me, Jim, there will be an opportunity for public comment on the town square item.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. This is for items not on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you're not in a hurry, you could just hold off till we get to that item first.
You sure? It was pretty gripping.
I'm just steering you back to, we'll get back to you. Thank you. So this is for comments on anything not on the agenda, just general comments. Okay, moving on then. See, it won't be that long. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7E by title?
7A, approval of minutes from May 10th, 2022, regular meeting. 7B, resolution number 2022-75, authorizing and approving annual aggregate spending to the statewide Internet Portal Authority for the procurement of cloud-based software and consulting services. 7C, ordinance number 2180, rezoning certain land known as Broomfield Business Center. Filing number 1, replat B, tract A from B-PUD to open lands and public facilities district. First reading. 7G, resolution number 2022-73, approving a trash garbage hauling license for Bridwell Inc. 7E, resolution 2022-74, authorizing and approving a permit for the 2022 fireworks display on July 4th.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments on these agenda items. Does any member of the public have any comments on these? Please step up to the podium. Sure, if I come to the podium. Oh, just leaving. Okay. And I don't see any online. Oh, please come on up.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Hayes. I'm the general manager for Ridwell. Just wanted to say that we're super thrilled to start servicing Broomfield. We collect things that you cannot recycle through your curbside city program, so excited to help everyone here waste less.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Does any member of council have any comments or questions on these items? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I really tried not to be first. Two quick questions. So the trash hauling license, and thank you, the representative from Ridwell for being here. With this trash hauling license, the services that are offered, is that the limitations, or can they expand their trash hauling services under this license?
Councilmember Schaaf, clearly I'm fresh off of vacation, so forgive me. Generally, I'm pretty sharp on these things. We're gonna track down Erica. She is here. She's gonna answer that question momentarily.
I can jump to the next question.
Would you please?
No problem. So the other question is regarding 7E, and this is regarding the fireworks display here in Broomfield. Residents have contacted council with regard to looking at other possibilities for doing some type of light display, drum display, as an alternative for fireworks. Has staff looked into this possibility, and is this something that's actual, viable, cost effective to do? Is this something that other communities are starting to transition to? And I kind of put this out there too, that there are neighboring communities around us that are foregoing their fireworks displays for various reasons. One is fire danger, another is economic. So I was curious if this is something that staff has looked into.
We have, to the extent from council's direction. Is it viable? Yes. Is it cost effective? Yes. I think from the perspective of safety, we did see on the 1 year that we didn't do fireworks, that we had significantly more issues throughout the community with individuals wanting to have their own fireworks show, which not only is that not safe outside of the fire conditions that we have right now. So again, from a safety perspective, it's safer for us to have a controlled, methodical environment where North Metro Fire is on site, as well as having something structured. As we move into next year or subsequent years, these contracts are initiated 6 months in advance. So at council's direction, we can shift on a dime. Light shows are something that a lot of other communities, not from again, it's managing expectations. It's not similar to, I liken it, and I'm going to age myself here. So some of the folks that are in the audience, if you went to like Zeppelin on lights, down at the, Councilmember Cohen knows what I'm talking about, because he's looking over me like, I remember those. It's similar, it's similar to that, but it's vastly different, obviously. And we have heard from one resident. We haven't heard from more than that one resident. So again, from council's direction, we can certainly shift.
Thank you for saying all that. And I do agree. I think that the vast majority of the community does support, the large forgive me, I'm gonna get it wrong, the American Picnic, down at the Commons. And I think that, you know, that is a hallmark event for our community. The fireworks show is something that a lot of our residents do appreciate. I just wanted to make sure that I asked that question on behalf of some of the residents that have asked me about the fireworks display. So thank you for your answer.
All right, and I see that Ms. Delaney Liu has entered the building or the chamber. Do you would like to ask your question again, Councilmember Shah?
I believe I heard the question before I ran from my office down here. So to restate, Councilmember Shah, I believe you asked, would they be able to expand the services that they offer? Traditionally, what we've done is the license is approved by you all here tonight. And if you wanted to put a condition on it that they could expand it, they certainly could. We would probably just ask that they notify us. And I don't know if that's part of their business model, because this, I don't know if you've seen the advertisements. I've seen them on, I think, Hulu, but I've seen the advertisements for Goodwill a lot. And it is a subscription-based service for hard to throw away or recycle items. Certainly, if they had an opportunity for expand, we'd ask them to let us know that and we could inform you of that. But I don't know that that's part of their business model.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and it sounds like that Google is definitely listening to your keystrokes there with your advertising, your selective advertising. You know, I guess my question is can they expand their services under that current license as it sits? So, you know, one of the conversations that we have in our community is the number of trash haulers that we have coming up and down the street. So is this yet another trash hauler or is this going to be just specific to this one service? And I guess that's my question, is the limitations of the license that we're approving tonight.
I don't think it's a traditional trash hauler where it's subscription-based for particular items. I think what any customer could order could vary by how much that customer wants to pay. Like in the advertisement, you see that they'll give you a bag for batteries. But if you don't go through batteries fast enough to need to pay for that service, you would pay for less service probably. I don't think they offer any kind of, they're not competing with the traditional waste haulers who serve an entire subdivision. It's much more individual and specialized than that. But they would, under this license, be able to serve anyone in the city and county of Broomfield who wanted their service.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
So it's not territorial in any way.
That's awesome. Thank you, Ms. Delaney.
And regarding the laser show, we just went and saw like a Queen laser show in the last year. It still happens.
Makes me feel a little bit better. Thank you.
All right, any other council member questions on these items? All right, is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7E be approved? Councilmember Marshall-Shin.
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Before we move on to the next item, I would like to give the floor to our city and county manager, Jennifer Hoffman, who wants to make an introduction.
So he's not expecting this, but our long-awaited, much anticipated deputy position has been filled. And I'm thrilled to say that Don Davis is joining us this evening for his first council meeting, although he is not starting until to July 11th. But we wanted to welcome you to Broomfield, and we sure appreciate you choosing us.
Would you like to say a few words? Yeah. 5 minutes. Council.
No worries. So thank you to the community and to Jennifer for having that confidence in me. I look forward to joining the community. You have a great team. All the folks that I have met have been extremely welcoming and engaging. I've gotten emails and texts from citizens of Broomfield welcoming me already, promising me to show us the best place to get pizza in town. But looking forward to it. And again, I want to thank Jennifer and Abby and the entire team for just making it a great experience, and I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, there is no business before the Board of Social Services or the Board of Health this evening. The first item under council business this evening is a public hearing and council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-50, authorizing and approving the Ninth Amendment to the 2016 Comprehensive Plan regarding a land use map amendment and the Broomfield Town Square PUD plan. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll ask for public comments and finally questions from the city council members. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, community and council. Anna Bertazzetti, Planning Director and Co-Director of Community Development. That's always a mouthful. We're trying to come up with an acronym. Are long awaited and again, much anticipated, and no one does it better than Ms. Bertazzetti. Please kick us off, Anna.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. We can have the next slide. So the PUD plan amendment and comprehensive plan amendment that you're considering this evening is for a site just around the corner. It comprises 39 acres. It's generally bounded by 120th Avenue to the south, Main Street to the west, Descombs Drive to the north, and Spader Way to the east. The proposed plans were previously noticed for a public hearing on March 29th. However, at that time, staff had requested the city council approve a motion to vacate that hearing to allow additional time for us to brief council on other considerations related to Broomfield's partnership role in the development as authorized in the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement that was previously approved in 2019. The notices were recompleted for tonight's public hearing as well. Next slide, please. So the application this evening is really about establishing a town center. And this establishment of a town center has been a long-term goal for Broomfield since about the mid-1990s. In 2018, the current development team was assembled as the Broomfield Town Square Alliance. And the plans being brought forward this evening are a step towards realizing that town center goal. Over time, the vision for the town center has changed, as summarized on this slide. And these changes include adding a lake as a key development feature and modifications to the balance of commercial and residential units. Next slide, please. The developer is proposing a land use map amendment to align with the long-held comprehensive plan goal to create that town center. Or civic center district. We kind of use them interchangeably. The amendment changes a portion of the public, quasi-public and commercial designation to be mixed use. It also shows an included new water body as part of the comprehensive plan. The change will allow flexibility to develop a true mixed use development in this area. Due to the mix of uses needed for the successful town square, and specifically the addition of residential units to the area, there is expected to be an increase in costs to Broomfield at build out. This is summarized in more detail in the staff memorandum. Next slide, please. The PUD is one step in the development process for the town square. The PUD establishes the custom zoning details such as density, maximum number of units, maximum building heights, setbacks, and other such development standards. A site plan, which is also in review, requires a separate consideration in the future. The site plan is where you would establish what exactly the buildings would look like, the exact heights, parking requirements, all of those very specific site design criteria, landscaping design, the amenities that would be included in open areas. The proposed PUD will allow a mix of uses consistent with the town square. So that's a mix of residential, retail, restaurant, and office uses. There would be up to 818 residential units, as well as 187,000 square feet of mixed commercial space. The general layout includes building heights of between 3 to 5 stories in height. Maximum heights at Main Street are about 55 feet at the corner, which is 4 stories for multifamily, and up to 35 feet for the attached single family. The remainder of the site is largely a maximum height of 65 feet, which is that 5-story in height. The development would be completed in over time And lot 7, which is the library parcel, is configured to allow also an expansion of the library services within the dimensions of lot 7. That has been coordinated with the master planning consultant for the library. Next slide, please. This slide again shows some of the history for this project. The proposed PUD reflects a 453 unit increase in residential since the 2019 development agreement, as well as a 112,000 square foot increase in commercial space. Next slide, please. As is allowed during a PUD plan review, the applicant is requesting consideration of 2 variances. The first variance is to allow a reduction in the typical parking stall and parking aisle dimensions, and the second is to allow a greater degree of change for administrative reviews. The code allows up to a 10% change to a site plan to be considered through an administrative process. The applicant is requesting that that percentage be increased to 15% for future administrative changes to the site plan. The affordable housing for the site is detailed in the prior agreement and requires 20% of the affordable or 20% of the rental units to be affordable to either be provided on site or as a cash in lieu contribution, and this would be at the developer's option. The details will need to be finalized as part of the final consideration of the site development plan. Or it could be with a subsequent agreement. The development does not include a new public land dedication, but the site will enhance the open lands that surround the site. Next slide, please. The proposal, if approved, is a key step, as I mentioned, in establishing the civic center development. While the proposed development will bring a desired gathering space for the community that is focused around the enlarged lake, and there's a mix of uses. We did identify some items within the staff memorandum to have for discussion. The development will, for example, change the character of the area with the addition of new and taller buildings, the mix of uses, more people, for example, residents, business patrons, and visitors, and more traffic on the roadway. There are expected to be disruptions associated with various construction projects and the phases, including the town square development, as well as capital infrastructure projects planned in the area. These could result in temporary detours, congestion, noise, delay, or other impacts typical for construction. Existing access to operations of city facilities and amenities will likely experience some change and disruption over time as the phases are developed, although every effort will be made to minimize those disruptions. And the project is anticipated to result, as detailed in the staff memorandum, a negative annual impact to Brookfield financially. These impacts are anticipated to be offset with the increased range in services, programs, public and private amenities, and the business offerings in the town square. Next slide, please. There are 2 prior concept reviews that were completed for this project. As detailed in the staff memorandum, there were also 2 neighborhood meetings held. Public notification requirements were completed, as I previously mentioned, and on January 24th of this year, the Land Use Review Commission reviewed the PUD plan and voted to recommend approval with no conditions. Next slide, please. As detailed in the staff memorandum, the PUD needs to be considered against the PUD review criteria that are within the Brookfield Municipal Code. Now on the next slide, similarly, the comprehensive plan amendment also needs to follow the procedures and meet the purposes for consideration of an amendment as identified in our code as well. These are all included in the staff memorandum. That concludes our staff presentation. The applicant also has a presentation for you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Burtonzetti. Next is the applicant presentation. Just as we ask our staff to keep their presentations brief, well, it's going to be hard with this one, ask the applicant to be concise in their presentation. Will you please identify yourself for the record and go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Tim Frederfield, Broomfield Town Square Alliance. Thank you for having us this evening. You've seen us before. You've seen us over the past couple months. We've been attempting to keep you all abreast of our progress for the multiple years we've been moving this project along, and happy to be here this evening to finally reach a zoning hearing and a comp plan amendment to allow for our proposed zoning. Next slide, please. Project status, as noted, our first submittal for our zoning on this project with the staff went in January of 2021. So this is a well thought out zoning code through multiple iterations of staff review. We've been through 5 full reviews, actually under our 6th review of the zoning document before you this evening. We've also been progressing the site development plan, which is not part of our hearing this evening, but we hope to bring before you later this summer. Since we've launched our design of the project and laying the groundwork for the PUD, we've completed a litany of studies related to the project to ensure we're checking all the boxes, traffic, noise, drainage, parking, environmental, geotechnical, you name it. We've layered on additional studies as inquiries have come to us from the public and from the staff. We think, again, this we've done a pretty great job of documenting anything that's been requested of us today. Next slide, please. Integrated approach. As a reminder, this is a public-private partnership, and we've been proud to be working with staff here at the city and county for multiple years now. The redevelopment and reimbursement agreement was signed in 2019, believe it or not. So it's been a lot of hard work to get to where we're at today. That redevelopment and reimbursement agreement proposes a mixed use town center development. And again, the zoning that you're seeing this evening is the culmination of the progression of that design since that approval. You can see here, this is not just one project. It's not an apartment building. It's not a park. It's not a retail center. This is an integrated project where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So there is no one piece that works on its own. All of it comes together to create one terrific town center for the city and county of Broomfield. And we're happy to dive more into the details this evening to the extent you'd like to do so in the zoning hearing. And again, in the site plan hearing, which is forthcoming, you'll see a lot of the more touch and feel of the project, where we get into the renderings of the elevations, you see more perspectives, and again, the soft stuff that's a bit more visually interesting. But again, today's zoning, and next slide, please. We'd like to at least prime you with what have we done. We believe we've satisfied the requirements of zoning submittal. Next slide, please. And again, it's not as glamorous as what our site plan package is. A few of the variances that were noted for the project include a variance of 15% as opposed to 10%, which is a 5% more than what's typically allowed. The reason that's true is as we move forward with design, the master site plan includes perspectives, elevations, footprints for not just one project, but this is an entire town center. So there are many more moving parts, and trying to lock everything in to such a tight tolerance of 10% or less at that scale is a difficult exercise. That said, we believe we're close, but just requesting slight variance there. I'm sure you've all had a chance to review the zoning documents, so we don't need to spend too much more time on this slide. If you could please go to the next. Where are we at in the process? We've truncated this schedule. Of course, it goes back many more years, if not decades, with the partnership when it came down to the vision exercises. The original area plans for this neighborhood always envisioned a town center here. We hope to be able to deliver on that in the near future. Next slide, please. So again, these are perspectives that you will see is part of the master development site plan. You've seen these perspectives before, these renderings before in our concept plan, our second concept plan hearing we brought before you for the future phases. And the PUD contemplates not just the first phase, but first phase and the future phases of potential development at the Broomfield Town Square. To the north, you can see the library As was noted earlier, the introduction of new body of water, a lake, which is intended to be swimmable, including a public beach. Active adult, 55+ rental community, townhomes, mixed use buildings that include residential over retail, creating rooftops over retail, activating the space, creating a vibrant environment where it's not dark during the daytime hours, as folks are at work, but active throughout the day. Main Street retail, Central Plaza, a repurposed Safeway building into a mixed-use commercial offering with an office and of course, food hall and large format retail component. And the overarching goal is just to create a place. And that's not accomplished by just looking at, again, one piece of the project in isolation, but it's a project where the whole is greater than the sum. Next slide, please. Conceptual imagery. So zoning and the zoning document is heights, setbacks, pretty dry words. But what should this feel like? And so these are some local representative images that show the types of scale, height, and mix of uses that we intend for this community, including a large offering of local retail, local walkable retail, pedestrian-friendly streets, open space, and of course, residential. Next slide, please. Zoning, again, we have not just the first phase, but the future phases outlined in our zoning document. Those are highlighted in magenta. The future phases are highlighted in magenta here. You can see the Safeway, repurposed Safeway building towards the bottom of the screen is in the first phase. South of that is over 2 acres of asphalt. So it's a town center. It's meant to be a mix of uses. Town centers typically don't include such scale of vacant land, underutilized land at that. So future phases include the proposal for future development south of the Safeway building, which would include more retail, creating a new east-west Main Street just south of the Safeway building, where you have retail on either side of a new east-west street there, extending the active uses of the town square, not just from the plaza, but stretching further towards the south. More retail along First Avenue, on the south side of First Avenue, framing up First as a true retail street with shops on either side, and to the northwest of the fire district building or southeast of the library, potential additional residential community. Next slide, please. So what does that mean? This is a perspective that our design team has put together that embodies the scale of proposed density within this area. It's just one image of the future phases, but it shows, there were anything to happen southeast of the library. It should be something that mirrors the scale of the existing buildings within the area, and also mirrors the context of the neighborhood from a material standpoint. Next slide, please. And art is a huge component of this project. We have engaged a art consultant, and that art consultant is actually integrated with our signage consultant. So we have a diverse offering of art proposed throughout this project. Those vary from a marquee, multiple marquee art installations. These are things that likely cost well over $100,000 per installation. There's functional art. Think of it as a stairwell that's been graced by a mosaic. Murals. So there's several opportunities for art throughout the project. In the first phase, we do believe that our package approaches $1 million and probably a similar magnitude as we move on to future phases. Next slide, please. Next one.
Thank you very much, and very concise. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have comments on this agenda item? Please step up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Elizabeth Law Evans. I live in North Morris Estates in Ward 1. So if I could have, Jake, if you can bring up the 2008 master plan map. that we had scanned. This development has always been unique in Broomfield. I don't need to tell you that, but not only do we have the regulatory authority, we also have the negotiation ongoing with the developer, since this is a city participation project. This map was the 2008 master plan from the citizen-led task force that originally envisioned what they wanted to have here. There were townhomes, some office buildings, some retail, but lots of open ground. And this was never meant to be a PUD plan or anything like that, but just a general idea of what goes on. Notice that there's no high density residential. The developer's request tonight are asking for more. And during my time on council, during my 8 years on council, that's what happened every single time. And this is a common theme with developers. If you haven't figured that out yet, if you haven't done that yet on council, you certainly shall. Developers often come back and ask for more. And why? Well, I'm not going to put words in their mouths, but I believe it's because more residential equals more profit. I do not believe in this case that more residential, more high density residential in a low density neighborhood will bring about more of the placemaking that the citizens ask for and have been asking for a couple of decades. 300 and some dwelling units is, to me, barely acceptable, and I did vote for that when I was on council. But asking for over 800 dwelling units not only comes at a huge financial cost to the city, it comes at a huge cost to the citizens, and it betrays, in my opinion, the vibrant vision of a community gathering place that everyone has asked for. All I'm asking is that the developer do what they've already promised to do. I'm aware that some of you campaigned on this development and moving it forward with alacrity. Me too, yeah, absolutely. But voting against this tonight is not a vote against a community gathering place. It's a vote against creating another boondoggle that council will have to deal with. You've already got one. You've already got one legacy boondoggle that you've got to deal with. That in my time on council, we never grappled with successfully, and that's the event center. Please don't create another one. Please ask the developer tonight to go back and just build what they said that they would build what they promised they would build. Stop moving the goalposts, stop stalling, build what the community asked for. Thank you very much for your consideration. I sure appreciate it.
Hello again, Jim Marion. Just a few things regarding the parking, specifically about this. We have to, deal with the hand we're dealt with, not what we dream of. There's a lot of lofty goals in the comprehensive plan about, cars trying to, facilitate alternative means of transportation, things like that. But 2 out of 3 of the bus lines that service that area no longer are, en route. So there's kind of an uphill battle with that a little bit, not to mention the fact that there's a lot of real busy roads, in the general area around here that might make some people more concerned about riding bikes to get to the downtown area. So I think that if you have a 30-page document you serve in the public that's going to be discussed tonight, when it comes to parking, you are giving parking kind of just this afterthought, because while there is a whole little section about parking, there's nothing about the specifics of parking. I understand it's fluid, but if you can name 818 residential places and 100 and some thousand square feet of retail, there should be some specifics as to how many spots are planned. Not to mention the fact that if it is fluid and you can't commit to say 1,000 or whatever. Well, how about like 1.6 spots per housing unit? How about, X number of spots per 100,000 square feet of retail space? There's formulas I'm sure that they've got that they're just not putting into the paperwork to help us understand whether it's going to have a large impact on the people, across the street in the general vicinity right nearby with Broomfield Heights. And there's already been an impact of the bus lines to residents in that area not being able to have that convenience of transportation. How is putting 1,000 or 800 homes going to facilitate that, in any short term? I don't get it. And just really quickly too, I like how you added that part about the parking permits for residents, kind of mirroring what we've done with schools. That's great. But it'd give a little more peace of mind, I think, to everybody, if you can give some specifics about, you know, how many spots do you get with this permit? What are the rules around these permits if you do this? What would the potential cost be for these permits per residents to help us figure out? And then lastly, just when it comes to the, one other thing, cash in lieu with affordable housing. I imagine that because affordable housing, you have people with less money, so they might own less cars. Well, if they're actually given, you know, these spots in cash in lieu, so it's normal kind of median income, well, they will own more cars. So the formula for determining parking probably should shift, whether you go with affordable or you take the cash in lieu and you make it open market kind of stuff. So I'm sure there's a difference in car ownership with that. And then lastly, you know, just with parking spaces, things, you know, 21% of all cars sold now are pickup trucks. They range in length from 19 to 21 feet, and you guys are shifting it to 18 feet to shrink the aisle. So thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave Manley. I live in Eagle Trace, and my most recent experience serving the city was 4 years on the Housing Task Force. This project first came to the Housing Task Force, and we talked about it. I made comments at some of the very first public hearings back in the library when they were doing those. I believe we are highly underutilizing the Safeway space by not going upwards. If it's a 40,000 square foot building, and I assume that's roughly what a grocery store would be, 500 square foot units, 20% additional for various common areas, 600 square feet a unit, 20 units to a floor is 12,000 square feet. You could get 60 units per floor, 2 floors, 120 units. That's essentially 10% of the shortfall that the Housing Task Force came up with in affordable housing. And that doesn't even take into account the space south of the Safeway Center that I'm glad to see they're planning to develop. It's not going to stay asphalt. But again, you go up 2 or 3 stories, we start to find a way to come up with 50% of that shortfall. So I really believe that that space needs to be not overlooked and taken advantage of. The traffic, the ability to get up and down 120th, shopping is right there, jobs are there. It's one of the perfect places for affordable housing in this city. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Roxy Jula Lockmore. I'm going to make the same comment that I made about this project from, well, not from the very beginning because it's changed so many times, but for some of you that haven't been around to hear my comment, here we go. We're not called Lakewood. The addition of the waterway to me is too expensive. It's going to be too hard to maintain. We have 6 months out of the year that we have ice and snow. It will cost an awful lot to maintain that, to make it usable. And on top of it right now, with there not being enough water around, and we're just going to keep evaporating more water because that water in that waterway will have to be circulated in order to be filtered and whatever else they're going to do. So I'm just going to say again, I think we should find something else that represents Broomfield and parks, whatever, and not have the water. That's all I'm saying. This additional lake or whatever you want to call it should not be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments in person on this project? And surprisingly, none on the phone. So questions from City Council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce conditions of approval and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. This is just a question time, right? We're not
Yes.
doing our soliloquies yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Before I start, I do a sort of a question or maybe a request. When I first got on council, one of the first things I did was meet with a few of the developers and sort of hear their visions for what the downtown Broomfield would look like. And one of them was we met with David Crawford, and I believe someone who had in the audience today was Joe Bastrix. And Joe, I was wondering if you'd be able to give us a few minutes, just sort of give us, what your vision was for downtown, because I know that's something that I found very compelling. And I have a lot of colleagues that have not met you and maybe not have heard of you, and that they're new to the city council. I think they benefit from hearing your vision.
Good evening, I'm Joe Osteries with City Street Investors and the Broomfield Town Square Alliance. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and thanks, Dan. Our partner, who's still a partner in the project, Dan Crawford, and I got involved in this project, I don't know how many years it's been now, 7, 8 years maybe. And at the time, the city was requesting, they were issuing an RFP and asking developers to propose for what this town center, this town square would be. And we were invited multiple times to respond to the RFP. And at the time I said, the other developers were basically submitting plans and saying, pick our plan. And what we said at the time is we don't do that. The way we work is that you sign up for a process, and that process is one we call custom crafting, where we come in and we engage with the community and find out what the community wants, the characteristics, the qualities, things that are important to the community. And then we take that information and gather it and then try and manifest that into a physical place. And that's the process that we went through here. It was painstaking. It took months. We met with multiple focus groups. We covered visual preference surveys. We covered uses. And out of that came the guiding principles for this project. The project that you see before you today, I can tell you absolutely with clarity, is the physical manifestation of what came out of that custom crafting process. Okay. The focus groups, the stakeholders that were people who lived here, that own businesses here, they all contributed to the vision that you see before. It's not our vision. We're not here to sell you the City Street Investors or the Miller White vision or the Broomfield Town Square Alliance vision. This is a vision that was created from public engagement and from our partnership with the city and county of Broomfield. So the things that came out were that we would have local restaurants, local retail, that we would have a vibrant gathering place, that we would have art, that we would have all of these amenities that the community so much wanted. The issues of density were discussed at length again and again and again. And I was so impressed with the focus groups because they understood that the success of this project was predicated upon having sufficient density to make it successful. You can't just put independent retailers out in the middle of the field and expect them to succeed and to thrive. The lake is an essential part of, it is the keystone to the entire project. Ponds and lakes have a long history in Broomfield. I'm a 4th generation Denver native. My wife's from Broomfield. I know this community really, really well. And the history of farm ponds, it's a big part of the culture of this part of the state. But the other thing that it does, and it's so important about this whole project, is we've made this commitment to have a project that can be financially sustainable with local retailers, local restaurants. And in order to do that in a location like this, we have to have something that is so fantastic, so incredible that it will virtually ensure their success and not create the kind of problems that you've seen in other projects. So think about this for a second. We have engineered the financing on this project so that we can lease space to retailers and restaurants at spaces below market rates, and we're going to give them waterfront property. I mean, think about that for a second. That's what's going to make this place so amazing. The other thing that everybody said out of the focus groups is this has to be a place where you can stay and linger and spend time every day. The lake's essential to that because think about what you can do. You can get up in the morning with your dog and go for a walk and get a cup of coffee and go around the lake. In the afternoon, you can get an ice cream cone. You can meet friends for a glass of wine, take a stroll around the lake, visit some shops. It's a place where it'll be very easy to linger and enjoy time with your friends, with your neighbors. All the elements that are in this plan were so carefully vetted over the last 5-6 years and are really embodied in this. And has it changed? the only way this plan has changed has really been with public input. As issues arose and people had comments, they had suggestions, we incorporated that into the plan. So I hope that responds to what you're looking for, Councilman, and happy to continue to answer questions.
No, I do appreciate that. I think it gave a little bit of background and some of the vision that you had when this project first started. So I do have a few more substantive questions on some things that not necessarily my concerns, but I know that I've heard from various folks. One of the biggest ones I think you may have seen, and we could probably hear more from tonight, is the increased density of the project. And there are some concerns, I think specifically with the latter phases that are going to be over in the library parking lots. Is there any wiggle room on those buildings? I guess is the question. How important is that to the success of this project from the viewpoint?
And I think the additional density is very successful to the project long term. And I think that adding the residential units over there does a couple things. One is that it doesn't diminish parking for the library at all, since that building provides for as much or more parking as the library has now. And it's covered parking, so it's actually you're out of weather, you're out of you're out of the hot sun. I think that the library has always, to our mind, and I know to our focus group's mind, has been one of the most essential components to this whole town center project. It's just as important as the retail that we're adding and the residential. So the library needs to thrive and be a big part of this. I don't think the density over there hurts it. I think that, we're in a tough place in our society right now where there just frankly isn't enough housing, affordable or otherwise. And, it's a big challenge given the cost of housing to bring it in. But, we're committed to, meeting, obviously we're going to meet our requirement under our development agreement and provide affordable housing. But, that's a great spot for housing, and the amenities, if you live there, would be extremely attractive. It would be a really great place to live. And I think it's housing that the community can use.
Okay, and you mentioned there's going to be a parking ramp there that'll be utilized by the library.
My partner Tim will be able to talk the specifics of that better than I.
That's right. For where the proposed density is just southeast of the library is where the existing surface parking is. So of course we need parking for the library. The intention is if we're ever going to do anything there, let's replace that parking within a new parking structure, the existing parking, and then also wrap that parking structure with residential. You saw the imagery earlier of a red brick building across the street from the plum brick building across from the library. And that was the intention. It's just parking structure, replacing the existing parking from the library, and then adding to that a neighborhood context residential building.
So we received, I think, a letter yesterday from the library, our library committee, in particular the advisory board, I think it is. And they had some concerns. I think the first one was sort of addressed, but it's my understanding there is spots anticipated. We are anticipating potential growth in the library at some point, and there's going to be space for them to grow if we get to that point. Is that true?
I'm gonna have Ms. Bertuzzetti address that between lot 5 and lot 7. Ms. Bertuzzetti.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Britton. Yes, there is land accounted for or reserved within the parcel that is shown conceptually in the PUD for the library. So there's room to the west and also to the south within the parcel that is shown conceptually in the PUD plan for the expansion. And then, as was mentioned, the parking for the library in any of those spaces will need to be detailed with the site development plan. The applicant is not requesting a specific parking count at this time. So until they brought forward a site development plan, it is for the Broomfield Municipal Code requirements, although the site development plan process allows for consideration of a modified parking requirements. City Council would need to consider that as part of the site development plan process.
Okay. So I guess the bottom line is that we are anticipating possible growth in the library, and there's going to be space for them to grow in the future if we get to that point.
Thank you, yes, and that's been coordinated with the master
Okay,
plan.
great.
Mhm.
Thank you. Continuing with the library briefly, I don't know, Joe and Jim. Tim, that's right, I should know that. Have you guys seen the letter from them? And I know they have some concerns, I think, in addition to that. Regarding impacts during construction, you guys gonna be able to accommodate that and work with them?
Absolutely. First of all, we're completely in sync with the library. Like I said, the library is one of the most important amenities to the Broomfield Town Square project. We're sitting back and rooting for the city to expand it and increase programming and do everything they can to continue. It's one of the most incredible libraries in the metro area. And it is going to get additional pressure as this project comes online. So it's going to probably require future investment, which is a good thing. But of course, we're going to be working very carefully with them throughout this project to make sure that we minimize impacts to the library during construction and beyond. But we've been working closely with the master planners that they've hired, and we feel like we have an integrated design approach to what's happening with this overall site plan engineering.
Thank you. Next questions I have are with the cost of the project. I think that's a concern for some folks. The memo says that the annual cost to Broomfield would be between 300,000 and 1.3 million. Is that accurate?
300,000 is the guesstimate for the absorption of current services. The rest of the funds would be for FTEs.
And that's to serve the additional residents.
That is for during construction, permitting, ongoing maintenance with regards to the lake, nutrients, project management, all from each one of the impacted departments. That's their rough estimates.
Okay, so I'm just trying to clarify in my mind. So some of the additional costs is for sounds like the maintenance of the lake. Now, we don't own the rest of the project. We're going to maintain the lake. Is that right?
A little bit more than that. Anna, can you speak to that, please?
Thank you. And with the site development plan, we will have an ownership and maintenance agreement that we would be working out many of those details. But you're correct, at this time, the lake itself would be proposed for ownership and maintenance by Broomfield.
Okay. We wouldn't be maintaining any of the residences, the commercial, any of the common areas?
There will be likely proposed a business improvement district that may be able to handle some of the improvements in some common areas. But you're right, if there was an amenity that was specific to a particular residential development, we would consider that part of that residential development's obligation, and that would be detailed in the obligations or the agreement that is dividing those obligations.
Are some of the costs that anticipated in these numbers, are they related to the density and the residents that are going to be going in there, servicing them?
Yes, and none of those numbers, again, those are forecasts, Councilmember Pro Tem. So again, it's our best guess, along with all of the other financial implications with regards to the CIP, all of those caveats that were in there. So forecasts, the absorption is anticipated to be the 300,000 again. So that's not FTEs. That's from a service delivery.
And I guess I got two questions. So I mean, the first part of it is that, I mean, a lot of the expense is going to be towards the lake, and that's really an amenity. I think that's in our pamphlet that it's going to be offset by the range of the resources, programs, and amenities that's being offered. So it's going to cost us something, but that's no different than the rec center, the Calder Rec Center, BCC. Those all costs the city money as well, correct?
I think you said it right, and it's an amenity.
Okay. And then the other part of it is, residential development costs money. And I'm wondering how this compares to the baseline developments where we have up to 6,000 homes that are going in there. And does that cost us as a city?
Absolutely.
An estimate of how much that costs us?
Well, what we do know is that for a rooftop, the services that we provide are 2,700 to 3,000 per unit. And the cost that we get on property tax is anywhere between 1,300 and 1,600. However, with the business development agreement that was put in place, we won't see the property tax nor 50% of the sales tax. Again, that's that $54 million in addition to the amenities. That would be in addition to those 54 million, in addition to the 54 million.
Okay. And I guess what I'm getting at is that, yes, this is gonna cost us, but it's really no different than Baseline or any other development that we have in the community. Will, to some extent, cost us something. If it's an amenity, it's gonna cost us. If it's a residential development, it's gonna cost us. One thing that doesn't cost us, as my understanding, is commercial. That generally sound correct?
It all depends on the business development agreement.
But generally, would you say yes?
You're trying to get me somewhere, Mayor Pro Tem, that I'm not gonna go.
Okay. I won't put words in your mouth, but okay. The last section I want to touch on right now is just the lake, which I think we heard, I agree. I think it's an integral part of the development. I think it will create this sort of sense of place for the community, and it really differentiate it from a lot of other developments in similar downtowns. My question, I think there may be some concerns regarding the water usage of that. And you just, I guess, give me some idea of, I think do we have the water available for number one, and how does the water usage compare to if we were just irrigating that property, which we do right now?
So the irrigation, and I know that earlier there was a lot of the conversation that it's going to be less expensive based on what we're irrigating. The site right now that will turn into the lake is not all irrigated, number one. Number two, the big expense really is keeping it to where people can get in it. Broomfield hasn't had that experience yet. So again, from the presentation on the scoping, the top off of the water isn't necessarily, I mean, again, I don't want to say it isn't expensive because anything is expensive, but we're anticipating the water to be about $500,000, in addition to the ongoing upkeep from, again, allowing somebody to be in the water is very different than looking at the water, or enjoying the water even from fishing versus being in it. It's expensive. It's an amenity, and it's something that sets this project aside from any other strip mall project. So is it expensive? Yes. Is it going to be expensive to maintain? Yes. Is there liability attached? Yes. Is it going to be our responsibility? Yes.
Sort of answered my question. Not totally.
Mayor Pro Tem, you don't have to ask questions on behalf of everybody up
Well,
here.
these questions I have here. I'm handling all this right now.
Will you time out? Time's up.
Can I follow up pretty please?
Okay, wrap it up.
9 seconds over.
Okay.
I guess my question was more of from an environmental standpoint, the usage, irrigation versus the water storage, which uses more water.
Ask that question one more time.
Right now, we're irrigating a large portion of that property. If we create a lake, which is storing water, I guess just from an environmental standpoint, in a water scarcity standpoint, which use or which plan uses more water, the continual irrigation of the property, or the storage facility, the water storage that we.
I know how you want me to answer that question.
Well, I'm asking it, and I think I know the answer, but I don't know for sure.
It depends on how you use the water and where the original water is originating from. So there's a difference between gray water, potable water, and water that you actually have to treat consistently.
Not from a number standpoint, I guess that's what I'm concerned about. How many acre feet? Do you have that answer?
We do not.
How much do we use right now to irrigate?
I don't know.
All right, well, thank you for covering so much.
One over 9 seconds, by the way, so.
That was good, it was efficient. Next, we'll go to Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. Picking right up on that. The current water study that's done currently right now states that we use less water with the lake than it does the irrigation. Is that what the study says?
I'm going to ask Anna.
Without the caveats of maybe, but the current study that's done says we use less in the lake than we do with irrigating, right?
The draft study does show that on an annual basis, that does not take into consideration the filling, but on an annual basis, you are correct.
Okay. A couple more questions on the lake. I want to thank Bosses and Joe and Tim of what you've said tonight. Councilmember Kuderski basically asked my questions. I really appreciate the history of the project, how this was a community-driven engagement. What we have now is not just you guys putting forward what you want, but it's what the community really wanted and told you what they wanted. And the lake and how it's such a vital thing to the project. Question on the lake. Right now in the current agreements, city of County Brookfield is responsible for the maintenance of the lake, correct? And any safety like lifeguards or that kind of thing.
I believe the development agreement does allude to us owning and maintaining the lake itself. But the exact delineation of all of those responsibilities does need to come in the future with that.
Is that something that would be feasible for the business improvement district to handle? To take it off the plate, out the focus of the city of County Broomfield, and have the business improvement district cover that ongoing maintenance, filling, lifeguards, whatever. Is that something that's fiscally feasible for the BID to do?
I'd have to defer to the applicant.
Yeah, I think that there is definitely going to be a role for the business improvement district as it relates to the lake. And we will work that out. I think that, the basic obligation of the lake and the water is probably going to remain with the city and county. But we're going to have a very strong operational presence all around the lake. We're putting a boathouse on the lake where you can rent paddle boats and stand-up paddle boards and that kind of thing. So we're going to be very physically present there on the lake and around it at all times. So I think we'll work out, maybe some of these life safety things, some of the operational things will probably get worked out in an agreement as we get closer to this. And anything you want to add to that, Tim?
I did, yeah. And regarding the quality of the water and the ongoing maintenance of the actual water body itself, is it murky? Is it clear? The biggest part of that is the lake design on the front end and the water treatment on the front end. So with our design includes effectively a water plant to treat ditch water incoming, ensure the water quality is sufficient standards, that we're not starting off in a bad place. Additionally, the lake design in itself has certain considerations such as lake depth. Will the lake turn over annually? So if you end up with a 6-foot lake, 6-foot deep lake all the way across, what happens by the end of the summer, especially if it's receiving runoff from the surrounding landscaped area, wet waste, building organics, and then you have algal blooms and E. coli. This is not that. So it's actually an isolated system with inflow actually being treated before it's entering the lake. And we're going to do our best to keep it that high quality. The biggest part of that, again, is frankly, millions of dollars that are going in on the design end of the lake, the construction end of the lake. So it's not an ongoing, we're treating this thing with chemicals on a daily basis. It's more so supposed to be in the design. That's the preventive measure to ever prevent it from degrading the water quality.
Okay, thank you. And on that, so we're going to have to treat. It was mentioned that people are going to get into this body of water, so we're going to have to treat it to make sure it maintains its quality, correct? But we do the same thing with our public pools, public resident communities. We treat that water because people get in the water, right? So it's an amenity we provide to the community right now. The pools are, so this is an amenity additional that we're providing to the community.
It is an amenity.
switching gears off the lake a little bit, I wanted to question about the finances. In the memo, it says $74 million that we are on the hook for this project. Okay, 20 million of that is the market value of the Safeway property, the land, right? The Safeway and the land.
It's the amount that was agreed to. I want to say that it's market rate, but it was an amount that Brookfield agreed with the developer to come up with the dollar amount.
So that portion of 74 million is land transferring hands. It's not, we're not writing a check to them for $20 million. It's just land transferring.
Correct.
Okay. And the rest of the 74 million is all offsets of property and sales tax. Is that right? $54 million.
Yes, it's 50% of the sales tax, 50% of use tax, 50% of the service expansion fee, 50% of the CCOB lodging tax, and 100% of all the real and business personal property tax.
So this is money. This is, again, we're not, city and county Brookfield is not writing a check. It's not. This is a money that the city will not be collecting, but for this project being built. If this project never gets built, that money isn't there. It's just imaginary. Right?
Yeah, it's not there.
Okay. So we are giving it to them, and we're reimbursing them for the taxes, but it's money that is revenue that we wouldn't have had unless the project was built, right?
Correct.
And then question for the developer on affordable housing. Is there, I know that this allows you to do the, cash in lieu. Is there any way that you can commit to building the units rather than doing cash in lieu? I know it's a big issue for our community. Affordable housing is a big issue everywhere, but is that something you could agree to?
It's a sensitive topic. We fully understand it's in the top 5 of concerns within the community, not top 2. We're at an interesting point in the world with rising construction costs, rising debt rates. Our commitment has been since the beginning of this project that it is fully our intention to deliver on them. However, a full obligation to deliver them will only, at this point, will only serve to decrease the probabilities of the units actually being built, whether they're 20% or as a fee in lieu or 20% delivered. So there is obviously things going on in the financial markets, as well as the supply chains and labor constraints. If we commit to that today, it is a larger financial burden. Are we carrying that in our performance right now? We are. So it is our intention. If we put it in writing, again, it is concerning.
I understand that. Would it be something you'd be able to commit to, that if you're gonna pay the cash in lieu, that you will accept any sort of housing vouchers from members of the community?
Yeah, I mean, any type of Section 8 or something like that, we do that on our existing projects now. I mean, we really view all renters equally. It doesn't really matter how you're paying your rent.
Okay, thank you. And on the concern that we've heard of, the residential versus commercial, is that flexible at all? Do you have the ability to increase the number of commercial square footage and decrease the residential units?
Well, the answer to that, I suppose, is yes, but it is not recommended. The balance of commercial to residential is a delicate one. This project, because of what we've committed to delivering in terms of commercial space, it's going to be on the smaller side. It's more boutique because it's geared towards local tenants. We're not going to be able to just, put in a 50,000 square foot, big box tenant or some chain. And most of the tenants that we're working with are going to be 1,200 square feet, 800 square feet, 3,500 square feet. The last thing we want to do is create too much retail space. I look at a lot of projects around the country where we get called in to consult on them, that they're these mixed use projects where they built too much commercial, so much so that I started calling them mixed vacancy projects instead of mixed use projects, because they couldn't fill the commercial that they had. So I think we've got the right balance in our project right now, and would not recommend modifying that at this point. I think it's just about where it needs to be.
And on that topic, some of the comments tonight, public comment too, has been about the change in the total number of units since the original conception of this plan. Is that mostly in the lot 6 by the library? Is that where I'm seeing that? And some in the lot, 10.2, the mixed use?
I can speak to that. As part of the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement, there was a submittal called the Development and Financing Plan. And there we outline what is the first phase of this development. And there you will, in that document, you'll see pretty much what the first phase, or phase 1 buildings are as they stand today, within, I don't know, a couple dozen units. So the first phase has always been contemplated as roughly 500 units. However, there were huge blanks in the page. And even in that plan, we highlighted them and said, this is potential future development. What we've done since that agreement is took a step back, introduce a concept plan for the larger area. Let's not leave these as blanks on the page for someone else to submit something that may be incongruous with what we proposed. So what we've done is filled in the blanks on the page, if you will, and that's next to the library and south of the Safeway building. So you are correct. Those roughly 300 units there are those two areas.
And so is it kind of the plan of the phases that the lot 6 residential is gonna be kind of built last, or maybe longer?
It could go 6 and then the planning area 2, south of Safeway, or vice versa.
The reason I'm asking is there's concern about the residential, and we have had concern with other developments in the past where we get promised mixed use and everybody builds residential and then kind of commercial kind of just sits in limbo.
Got it.
So I was considering proposing an amendment tonight that would not allow the issuance of permits on lot 6 until the commercial is built in the first phase.
Yeah.
And probably concurrently with 10.2. Is that something you guys would be in?
Absolutely, yeah. Phase 1 is our phase 1.
Okay. All right, that's then all I have at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So earlier today, and thank you for being here again tonight. I know that this has been a long road. It's been I've been involved with this project since you all were signed the contract to be involved with this project. So I thank you for your continued investment and belief in Broomfield. It was said earlier tonight, the overall vision of the town center has changed, and I think that we would all agree that it has over the many years. This PUD changes the number of residential units in the development from what has been approved previously in the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement. So kind of to maybe put more of a pointed question on Councilmember Marsh Holshin's question. What is the rationale for the increase in residential units as displayed in this PUD?
I think we may have, sort of a slightly different view of it, in that there was this master plan for this chunk of land, that included the Safeway parcel, that included the whole site. All the initial focus was really on phase 1 and the town square proper, and the Safeway. But the reality is, from a master planning standpoint, we really felt like we had a responsibility to look at the entire site and really think it through. Like, where does this go from here, rather than just dropping in, the first phase of the town square and the lake in the middle of it, and then saying, well, we'll just worry about what happens down the road with these other parcels. And so I think it really was just sort of a proper master planning exercise to, especially in that we're looking at a PUD and actually creating a PUD. Now is the time to say, okay, let's decide, what's going to happen with the rest of these parcels, so that we have a comprehensive master plan, that it's well thought through, and that we didn't leave, as Tim said, blanks in the page. And I think that's hopefully the best explanation I can offer for, why we turned our attention to those areas, that they're really always going to be part of the master plan. It's just that there was a phase 1 that really got all of our attention, all of our focus in the initial years of this project. But as we got to realizing we had to do a PUD, we really need to have a comprehensive approach to the whole site.
And I can definitely, appreciate that. And so I guess I go back to that, that what we saw in that redevelopment reimbursement agreement, and that first phase. I think that we might have, differences of opinion in terms of how the comprehensive, nature of this area looks. So I guess I want to ask another kind of point blank question, which is, if this PUD is not approved, would the applicant consider continuing to move forward with the cap of the 365 residential units as was described in the redevelopment reimbursement agreement?
Just briefly, the 365 units referenced in the redevelopment reimbursement agreement is outlined as essentially the community vision has been outlined as a minimum of 365 units on this site. I think that was a result of Joe and Civitas's planning exercises. The question was asked, should there be high density residential or medium density residential for that in this neighborhood? The answer was yes, and at a minimum, there shall be 365 units. In the concepts that were submitted in those same timelines with staff and in the financing plans that accompanied the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement, the phase one was at approximately 500 units. So all the bond underwriting, and I would add this second part of density within this site that I think is being overlooked is, can we support the things that we're proposing? So financially, by that I mean financially, does our public finance package support the lake, the plaza, the art? And the answer is no, it doesn't. And by at least offering the possibility for future density in those different planning areas, southeast of the library and south of the Safeway, what that does is it shows there may, upon future site plan submittals, proving a lot of things to do, all the traffic, parking, you name it, there may be future development here, and therefore the site does support larger bond financing, which does flow through to actually financing the public improvements that you're seeing that we're all excited about, the beach, the lake, the boathouse, all of these things. So the density is not just a question about the density, it is a question about the larger package as well.
If I may, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Carolyn White, I'm counsel for the applicant. I just wanted to add a legal twist to the answer to that question, and that is to note that the developer could not execute any version of the project as originally proposed without a PUD and a comp plan amendment. It might not be this exact same one, but we would still have to do this all over again for them to build anything, really, because the current zoning and the current comp plan aren't consistent with a good chunk of the vision.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn to our staff and attorney. We've heard a lot about the kind of the difference in numbers in terms of residential units. We just heard from the applicant that the 365 units was a minimum, and that's how it was written in the redevelopment reimbursement agreement. That is different than I've heard in the past, which was that was a maximum of 365 units. What am I missing? Did I just misunderstand that?
I'm gonna have Ms. Bertenzetti.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. Yes, it was minimum, as you're stating and as was previously summarized.
Thank you. So the parcels that we're talking about, south of south of the Safeway and near the library, who owns those parcels? Is that CCOB property? Is that become developer property? How does that property transition at this point?
I'm gonna have Ms. Bertenzetti take that question as well. Are you referring to kind of that strip mall there with,
right,
with the existing tenants?
Yeah, the applicant talked about the idea that if they do not include this within this PUD at this point, then there is no control about what happens to those parcels down the road. So I'm trying to get an idea of who owns those parcels at this point, who will own those parcels in the future.
Ms. Bertenzetti.
So Councilmember Schaaf, sir, you're asking about the
Phase two.
Phase two, not, so the Safeway plus the parking lot is currently owned by the Urban Renewal Authority. The other parcels are all in private ownership, so like the AutoZone, and the strip retail that remain in private ownership. Were those the pieces you were asking about?
Right, so we would have additional residential units in the parking lot in the Safeway building, so that would be part of the property, and if I'm not mistaken, right next to the library, that would be where additional residential units would go.
That's correct. So currently Brimfield is the owner, but it would be, part of the agreement is that the property would transfer to private development after, or as part of the completion, as part of the project.
Okay.
But currently it's ours.
Great, thank you for that. So I guess, I talked about my involvement of this project from 2016 and the, focus forums that happened back then. The community has always wanted us downtown. I've always been hesitant to call it a downtown because it's much more of a large gathering space. It isn't that downtown that a lot of residents seek out to Louisville for. So one of the top two asks, if I remember correctly, Mr. Foster, were a coffee shop and a beer garden. And I guess, when I look at this project, those are the two things that I look for. Where are those coffee shop and the beer garden? Because those are the number 1 and 2 asks.
There is a beautiful space set aside for the beer garden. It's sort of over near on the side near the library, but beautiful, huge outdoor space that fronts the lake. We've got 3 beer gardens that we operate in Denver now, but I guarantee you, we'll hold a candle to this one being lakefront. It's gonna be spectacular, and there'll be at least 2 coffee shops. So there'll be one for sure in the Safeway building, and there'll be one in the town square proper as well.
Thank you. One of the kind of potential negative impacts of this project could be traffic issues along Main Street. We've gotten emails about, especially the intersection of First and Main. So I'm curious, you all have done a traffic study for this, before the PUD submittal. So traffic issues along Main Street, how will these be mitigated? Will the road be widened? I guess that's more of a question for staff. And will the street, as currently designed, will that handle the increase in traffic that will be seen around this area?
Thank you for the question. So the traffic study is currently in process, and the details of it will be completed before we can bring forward the site development plan. There'll also be a subdivision improvement agreement to outline the timing and the installation for public improvements associated with the project. At this time, First Avenue, there will be improvements to, we're not expecting significant curb changes to Main Street. I'm not sure if the applicant would like to discuss more in terms of what their preliminary traffic study is showing, but at this time that is still in review and consideration.
As far as right-of-way improvements for vehicles along Main, there's not a ton. I mean, the road will largely take the same form it is today. The intersection of Second in Main will be signalized to allow for vehicles exiting the beach area, to be able to employ a left turn movement out on southbound on Main. So I think that's the primary change to traffic on Main Street. And I think from a pedestrian and bicycle safety, the only thing I'm aware of is the potential introduction of an underpass under Main at where the current the crossing is of the trail system, which is just north of Second. There's a trail crossing right now. It's signed and it's got a flashing light. So we're working with the transportation safety.
Yeah.
CIP team on a potential improvement for an underpass there.
Okay, great, thanks. Just a couple more questions. So, one of the pieces that we were looking at with this, and we've gotten resident feedback on, is the compatibility of this project versus the surrounding properties that we have. So to the west of this, it's primarily, Yes, so the west of this project is primarily single-family housing. To the east of this, it's much more open space, civic buildings, things like that. To the south of this, I guess we would start to get into that more compatible buildings. But how would you say that this plan provides for that compatibility with the nearby properties, and how does it mitigate some of those kind of more hard points in which it really kind of causes some conflict there?
I think most of the comments I've heard, and happy to address more of them specifically if you're interested, but a lot of them are around parking. It feels like, parking are there, we're going to be overflowing in the surrounding streets, and the parking study that we've submitted as part of this application, and then there will be additional detail. The site plan submittal shows that we are providing adequate parking and then something like 200 spaces. So we do believe we're providing adequate parking within the property boundaries. On top of that, it's structured parking. It's not surface parking. There's parking structures that are wrapped with homes. For one, just the idea that we're going to drastically impact the surrounding neighborhood with this spew of cars out west of Maine, I think is not verified by the traffic study. Of course, it's a study, and the reality will be proven, but pairing that with a resident parking system, I think it was a great idea. So smart parking, taking parking spaces in front of your home, I think the city's moving down the road pursuing that, which would be great to prevent it, because the last thing we want either is for vehicles from this neighborhood to be spilling out and causing any inconvenience to the surrounding neighborhood. If you look at what does this project have to offer, is there a pro or a con to the surrounding neighborhood? And being able to walk to 2 coffee shops, a beer garden, a lake, a swimmable beach, this tremendous plaza with a splash fountain. There's plenty of pros there as well. So I just hope we're taking it as a whole.
And just a quick question. So the variance from the 10% to the 15 versus the 15% administrative approval, do we have precedent for this? Is this the case on the baseline, for instance?
I don't think that we have another situation that is exactly this type of a measurement, the change in the percentage, but we have up in baseline, have variances requested to allow administrative changes to establish all of the elevations for some of the subdivisions. So in that way, we have made modifications or variances from the administrative procedures and requirements.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. So we're past the 8 o'clock break time. So we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess because I know we're not going to wrap this up anytime soon. So we'll recess and reconvene at 8:22. Thank you. Welcome back. I'll give everyone a chance to take their seats. We're going to resume and pick up where we left off with council member questions. Next, we have council member Lim.
Yes, we had, after the continuation, as it states in the memo, we had sessions with just 2 council members and staff, during which time we were able to ask extensive questions and discuss the project. And the questions are listed in the are listed in a link off of the memo to as was necessary because of the quasi judicial process. A question that was not asked when I was in the session piqued my interest, and I was hoping that staff could address this. So the question was, how does the proposed BTS development fit with everything else the city desires or needs? And the answer was rating the city's projects from 1 to 20 of a list of priorities. This project is an 11. Could staff please explain how they arrived at that estimation?
So, thank you, Councilmember Lim. Staff didn't arrive at that. Someone asked me that question. So 1 to 20 was an artificial, again, it was one of those off the cuff comments. So there's no methodical calculation that was used in order to come up with the number 11. Everything is relative. So if the scale I used was 1 to 10 and I said 11, it would have very different connotations than saying 1 to 20 and it's an 11. And the reason I say that is again, from a preference perspective, there was no calculation as to the reason.
Obviously, well, you put it in the middle of the pack, I suppose, is the estimation of priorities. Could you describe, I'm not concerned with the number 11, I'm concerned with why did you put it in the middle of the pack of the city's priorities?
So Councilmember Lim is going about this very differently than Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Marshall should. From a staff and a financial perspective, I think everyone wants what is on the table to be delivered. Question is, and it's similar to what Mr. Bostridge and Mr. Fredericksgill, looking at it at the totality of circumstances. So we're not looking at it from a staff perspective, from a leadership perspective to say, how important is this to Broomfield? So based on what the feedback has been, it's important to have a downtown and a lingering place and all that brings. From a leadership perspective, we look at, from a financial perspective, where we are in our economy, where we are in our budget, where we are on CIP, and where we are on all of those other conversations that council has been having and will have leading up to August. This is not a standalone. So when I say an 11, again, it's not a formulaic answer. It was, there are 10 other pressing issues that we've been talking about since the council retreat that you all are in an unenviable position to take into account when you're making this decision. I know that I ended that, it sounded like I was gonna say more, but.
I was like, yeah.
I'll ask another question that's connected. The CIP projects that are listed in our memo are things like upstream drainage improvements, existing pond edging, First Avenue and Spader Way intersection improvements, and Lamar Street median island. I think those are the ones that I noted. How many of those would be completed regardless of this project? And how much of that expense, to the tune of a couple $1 million, I guess, maybe altogether, would not be without this project?
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn. We do have Katie Allen, City and County Engineer, who also oversees the capital improvements project, and I would ask her to provide that detail.
Councilmember Lim, as Ms. Allen is walking up, I think the pointed question really is, when would we do those CIP projects? So those projects will be accelerated to accommodate the development. Again, it's the difference between having to do it now based on, similar to what the City Council had to discuss last week from the Mesa Pump Station. Again, that the cadence is different. So we would like to do all 5 of those. It's the timing with which we would take from other CIP priorities to put into the CIP projects that would be accelerated. Katie, will you expand on that for me, please?
Sure. Thank you. Good evening. Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. City Manager Hoffman, I think you summarized that very accurately. Many of these projects have been on our list in the long range plan for a while. And it's really a timing and coordination issue with the Broomfield Town Square. So for instance, the Lamar Islands, they've been in disrepair for a while. And we pushed those out in time just so we could coordinate the aesthetic with Broomfield Town Square. The City Park Channel drainage improvements is a much bigger project. It goes from Broomfield Town Square upstream all the way to 287 west of Northmore Park. And so that's a large project, so it will take significant funding. But to get it right with the town square, we need to really focus in on that Main Street interface and make sure we do it right the first time. First Avenue and Spader Way or Lamar Street intersection has been planned for improvements for quite a while with the original vision. So that is a timing and traffic volume project as well. I would say the one project listed that we wouldn't have to do without the Broomfield Town Square would be retaining walls and channelizing City Park Channel through this site, because without the town square, there'd be more land to work with theoretically. So that I would say that's the only one that is standalone.
Okay, thank you. There's a statement that says that if, in the memo that says that if the SDP would not be submitted within 5 years of approval of the PUD, then the PUD can be revoked. Is 5 years a standard length of time for that? That seems, given the circumstances, that seems an exceptional amount of time to wait for the SDP to meet.
Councilmember Lynn, that is directly from our code, a 5-year time period, but the site development plan has already been submitted.
Okay, that's the question. For the inclusionary housing, is the inclusionary housing, if the applicant chooses the fee in lieu of the units, is the fee that they would be required to provide in line with our 2019 ordinance? Or would, I know we are thinking about changing that fee if the SDP came forward after we changed the fee, would the fee correlate to the new cash in lieu?
Councilmember Lim, if I could have just a moment to verify that.
Director Romine is going to come down. We've talked a lot about this, Councilmember Lim. Not about Director Romine coming down, but about the cash in lieu being based on 2019 numbers and not the subsequent increase.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city county manager. The city county manager explicitly said it correctly. What happened was we anticipated in the 2019 redevelopment agreement what the cash in lieu was going to be set at within the ordinance that was passed by city council. It is explicitly stated what the amounts are. So if we were to raise it for the first phase, for the second phase, or for the third phase, anytime in the next periods of time, the amount that would be paid in the cash in lieu is exactly the same as it was stated at 2019 within the agreement. So it will not move no matter what council does as far as actions related to the cash in lieu. It's all explicitly stated within the agreement.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my remaining questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of quick questions. I first wanted to follow up on the Mayor Pro Tem's interrogation regarding the lake, which I do say I think is vital for the success of this program and support wholly. Just one point of information that might be helpful. My university just put in a 400,000 square foot artificial turf field, which is 2 soccer lacrosse fields. The estimates is that'll save us 5.4 million gallons of water a year in irrigation. Colorado is dry and hot. It would be a substantial savings, I imagine, in irrigation. And you also have to take in, it will save us 6 hours of mowing weekly by switching to artificial turf. So I do think there are some other numbers to consider in terms of the cost of the lake. I did have one minor question on the lake, because it seems a lot of the potential cost there is making it usable in terms of people getting in it. Is that considered vital? I'm going to guess a very low percentage of people will actually get in the water, but maybe I'm misperceiving the usage.
Yeah, actually, I think getting in it is essential, and I believe that it's going to be wildly popular. You know, we're putting the boathouse right on it. You can get a stand-up paddle board. You can take a paddle boat. There's going to be a little swim beach. I think just sitting on the edge and dangling your feet in the water is going to be a really popular pastime. So yeah, I think that making it human friendly is pretty essential.
All right, thank you. I also want to take one last swing in terms of the housing units. I think the main crux of this proposal is the increase by 500 up to a very specific 818. And I understand that the concept here is, you know, density is what makes this financially more feasible in order to have the population support what we want there, in particular the difficulty of having local businesses. Obviously, if we build this in California Pizza Kitchen, the main restaurant would be disappointed. But can you talk about what the formula is, or what is, so how did you come up to 818, and what is perhaps changed in the market? I know a lot has changed in the market in the time since this was first proposed. And if you could just address that.
Thank you for the question. It is a weird number. The 818 was a planning exercise. We actually designed buildings, footprints to go in those different planning areas. It just so happened there was 152, I believe was the number, just southeast of the library, 152 units, plus 175 south of the Safeway. So it resulted in a weird number, but we're exact. So for the bond financing, given we have a tax increment finance package, for every additional unit of potential build out, there's a potential future revenue stream. And so when we go to sell bonds to finance the public improvements, what somebody's doing is buying that future revenue stream. And so the potential, at least for a future phase, is extremely helpful. Like make or break.
So what would you, if you could articulate what changed? I mean, we had a minimum number, so we never really established a higher number, but is it, and things will change again by the time construction starts in terms of supply chain and all those issues. So is there a particular sense that will have to be at 800 to make this feasible, or 600 or 700? Is there flexibility there?
It's more about allowing for it. Could it come in under? Absolutely. Will it come in over? With this zoning, we're setting a cap on it.
Right.
What changed was the addition of the quote unquote future phases. Those were the magenta outline boxes. In that first phase, it's the 2 buildings surrounding the plaza, the active adult and the townhomes. That's staying at roughly 500 plus, like 510 somewhere in there.
All right, thank you. I have one last area, if I'll try and form this and make this a form of question, but I wanted just to discuss really quickly the library expansion, and thank you to Catherine for answering my question earlier today. I was curious about the usage and just more information about the usage of the library. To make a point, I guess, obviously our current library is overtaxed for its the amount of people there by the population. However, unfortunately, the city of Broomfield is not a circle, and not every resident is equidistant from that library. And I appreciate your numbers showing that. I think it'd be fair to say a large majority of the users are south of 144, with the exception of Anthem. And as we've heard already, baseline in Ward 5 is going to come in over the next couple of years with 5,000 homes, or 12,000 to 15,000 more people. So another huge bulk of people who could be customers of the library. So I'm just curious to make a pitch that where on the time issue of priority is a north branch to serve baseline and basically North Ward 5 and the people of North 144th, and notably the people in Anthem who are heavy users who might appreciate a shorter commute to the library.
Money? Money?
We've been talking about money all night.
I feel like we will not have in our budget CIP to build a library for the foreseeable future, 0 to 10 years. That library, the expansion here and any kind of north expansion would have to be a bond. Council needs to review our bond debt policy. The speaker spoke earlier about trying to figure out how we're going to pay for the $100 million outstanding debt for the First Bank Center. Still haven't figured that out yet. That's a big one. So I know, I feel like doom and that's something that council will probably begin considering possibly in 2025. And again, that's after we figure out the wastewater expansion.
Thank you. I guess my point only is that, obviously baseline's going to come in over the next decade, but we can see what's coming. And, we've been talking about traffic, and the library probably generates the most traffic in the civic center right now, of all the buildings, I would guess. That's an estimate in my case, and expanding it will potentially bring more traffic to that from it, and a certain section of the community may not find it accessible. So I just wanted to make that pitch for the North Library is something we should prioritize as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that all, Councilmember?
All right.
Next, we have Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question is going to be in regards to the commercial, retail, office, etc. Spaces. How, for percentage wise, how are they laid out based on location? So are they predominantly located more of the Safeway complexes for both phase 1 and phase 2? Is there more of an even split between that parcel and the lot that's surrounding the lake? Can you kind of go over where all that commercial development is supposed to be laid out on the property?
Sure. Council member, generally speaking, on the buildings that are around the lake, there's 3 buildings there. And generally speaking, on the first floor of 2 of those buildings will be all commercial. And I think Tim's about 35 about 35,000 square feet that really runs from the beer garden, which sits next to the library, and then as you move around the lake, the first floor of those buildings will be a variety of retail and commercial spaces. Like I said, a total of about 35,000 square feet. And then as you move across the street to the south, across First Avenue to the Safeway building, the Safeway building is roughly a 60,000 existing square feet, which will all be commercial there. And then, of course, in the additional phases, the buildings that would be to the south of the Safeway building would also have retail in them. And again, I don't remember that number, it's in the PUD there, but that would also be additional commercial space that could be added later. Additionally, there is the opportunity to add a little bit of commercial on the south side of First Avenue, sort of across from the plaza, sort of if you can imagine on First Avenue, if you're looking at the back of the Safeway, there's an opportunity to add some commercial there, which is in our plan as well.
So based on the math, if I'm doing the math correctly, most of the commercial space is not surrounding the lake.
There's at full build out, I think would be 167,000 feet of, I think right about 167,000 feet of commercial space. So about 35,000 of that is the stuff that's right around the lake. And of course, the Safeway at 60,000 is a huge chunk of commercial. And then the rest would not be added later until, assuming the additional phases happened, is where you get that square footage that's beyond that. So the other roughly, 67,000 feet.
Okay. In regards to the Safeway development area, why didn't you also put housing on top of that? Why did you leave those standalone office, retail, et cetera?
You know, Tim may be able to speak to that. I think the Safeway building, there was a strong thought that we should try and save that building. And it has value as it stands. To have converted that to a multi-story building would have really ended up just demolishing the building and starting from scratch. The building does have fairly significant value as it stands today. And so we would have had to abandon that value in order to, take it down and start digging foundations and starting from scratch to do a multi-story building. So it seemed most economically efficient to preserve that 60,000 feet. And then we would use the 2 acres of asphalt that sits to the south of the building to build additional buildings if demand in the future, dictates that's desired and needed.
Okay. So going back to the spread out of the commercial, why didn't you spread more of it out surrounding the lake and make that truly walking around the lake instead of congregating most of it at one end and then forcing people to go, I shouldn't say forcing, separating the lake as part of the actual development instead of really incorporating that lake as kind of like, I guess, the San Antonio Riverwalk.
I'll tell you, it's more art than science. The lake is drawn down deep into the development, and it creates very much that same kind of canal like you might see in parts of Paris, where that there's retail storefronts, there's sidewalk dining, and then there's water there that you can sit at the edge, you can dangle your legs in. But at the same time, we really wanted to provide this walkable experience where you could move from a cafe area and boutique retail stores, and maybe you get an ice cream cone, and then you have a different experience as you wander around the lake, as you move past and you get into an area that's a little more green, less storefronts. There's an opportunity, maybe see a little bit of wildlife, or art is a big part of what we want to have on that walk as you move around the lake. So you're going to encounter maybe some interactive art. So you get this whole 20-minute experience of being able to, move around the lake, moving from a retail area to a quieter area. I mean, we just spent a huge amount of time really thinking about what the pedestrian experience is going to be like there. And the plaza itself is very purposeful in terms of its size. We study plazas all over the world to understand exactly what are the right dimensions for a plaza to really have that magical quality that makes it a place that you want to hang out. It can't be too big, it can't be too small. The same thing with the retail. If we'd have put 100,000 feet of retail over there, it wouldn't have been boutique. And we really want to make sure that we create that, that cozy embrace of an experience that you get with just the right amount of square footage and just the right amount of space. Larimer Square, is only, one of the great little pedestrian streets, only 400 feet long. So it's relatively small, and it's really more about packing a lot in that 400 feet than it is making sure that it's, really big and stretched out. So a lot of thought put into that design.
Okay. My next question is going to be in regards to engaging the focus groups. When you guys decided that the cap of 818 housing units was necessary, were our focus groups engaged in that process?
Now, the focus groups happened some years before, and I think the way to think about the 818 units is that, first of all, it's just a cap of what would be possible based on this design. It is a maximum of what could be permitted. And it was really an exercise from an architectural and engineering standpoint of saying, on the space that's available within the height restrictions and whatnot that we've set for this, what happens if you build to that maximum envelope? And what we got was 818 units, which doesn't mean we're going to build 818 units. It means that is, what the zoning would allow for. Of course, there's a whole process we have to go through: site development, site planning, all of which will come before, this council that would give everyone an opportunity to really think about those buildings individually. And that's really where that number will end up being set. But to go back to your question about the focus groups talks about density in great detail. And at the time, even envisioned, buildings much taller than 5 feet. The group talked about, should there be 8-story buildings on the corner? Should there be a point tower that maybe was 10 or 12 stories tall? A lot of ideas kicked around there, but the focus groups really understood the density and understood the importance of rooftops relative to ensuring that this boutique retail that we wanted to offer would be successful.
Thank you for that answer. But then again, you've also increased this project size by 125% since those focus groups. And why such the increase? I understand you've already given the explanation for the residential. Why the commercial?
Well, let me back up and say, at the focus groups, there was never any discussion about the size of the project. We never talked about the maximum number of square footage. We never talked about the maximum number of square feet. None of that ever came up in the focus groups. The focus groups, what they talked about were uses and qualities and characteristics of the project, that it be a place where there is people living, that there be local retail, that there be some characteristic about the project that made it very, very special, so that if you took a picture of it and put it in a magazine, people would go, that's Broomfield, Colorado, because they recognize the project. That's why the lake is so important, because it creates that iconic characteristic. But the focus groups never got into anything around any type of size, number of units, number of parking spaces, square footage was just never a topic of discussion. What was a topic of discussion was a recognition that the project needed to be dense enough to be successful. And, there was discussion about what did that mean? And that's where discussions about, maybe the buildings do need to be a little bit taller. So all of those, all the input from the focus groups was captured and delivered to the master architect, the designer who's here now. They took all that raw focus group data and turned it into a plan that checked all the boxes that the focus groups identified as being their top priorities. And that's the plan that you see before you. So It's really more of an output than an input, if you will, in terms of how you end up with the amount of square footage and the number of units and that kind of thing.
Okay. My next question is gonna be, when you designed this whole project, were there any current locations you drew inspiration from? I know you mentioned Larimer Square just as a size perspective, but did you draw inspiration from any of those places in the surrounding areas like downtown Denver or downtown Boulder, et cetera?
Chris, do you remember, and we looked at a lot of European cities, we looked at plazas all over the world. We looked at successful projects in other cities. And so I'd like to introduce Chris Bariza with Civitas, who has been our master planner and was engaged in this almost from the very beginning and was charged with turning the focus group results into a plan.
Thanks, Joe, Councilman. Just a little bit of history there. We were engaged about 2017, 2018, when Joe Street asked us to submit on a competition. I think we got a 20-page document intentionally just giving us what the focus groups were looking for a new town center. And it was 3 or 4 firms asked to propose that. So we went back and had a long discussion of design charts in our office and started thinking about Broomfield and digging the history and, the first filing and the freeway and the farmers ponds and what actually existed out here in the site. We also looked at the scale and the existing context of the area. We started thinking about how can we do something that's truly unique to Broomfield and the residents, and not the sort of one trick Main Street that sort of happens in a lot of sort of suburban redevelopments. So inspiration came from around the world. We were looking at canals in Venice, Copenhagen for bikeability. We were looking locally at Fort Collins, Pearl Street, Larimer Square, all these places that people go to and love, and it's iconic. And if you say Old Town Fort Collins, you know what it is. If you say Old Town Arvada, people have a memory. If you say the lake in Keystone, you know what that is. So we studied the size and scales and shapes of lakes and what makes them a pond versus a lake and exciting. The idea of this town square that you gather on, we knew it was sort of understanding what we know about retail. We studied a dozen different retail environments, some that Joe's worked on, some that others hadn't, to come up with what we thought, without his expertise and input, just here's the right size and scale and fit for a plaza retail and the draw to the lake. We had a lot of conversations back to your earlier question about how far can you draw retail into the site around the lake, and understanding that we're already a block on 120 and not highly visible. We need enough to support and create the stickiness of place, but not to overdo it. And one of the things that's you'll see more probably in the site development plan is the idea of stretching that retail between the town square today on the east side towards the library. That was strategic because the library is such a draw. We think we get a lot more foot traffic on that side. It also has a better solar orientation. So a lot of that thinking went into the design there and the different parts of it.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, at least for right now, is can staff break down kind of the cost differences between this project, Baseline, and Flatirons? And hopefully I didn't ask that in a way that's trying to lead to one specific answer.
It's good that you're not trying to lead to one specific answer, because there isn't one. Baseline is greenfield development, essentially. Flatirons is redevelopment, so it's requiring the investment. Council approved 25 million, 5 million over a year in order to reinvest in Flatirons. And Broomfield Town Square, we're partners with the developer, which is unlike Baseline and unlike Flatirons. So to have a dollar amount attached, it'd be difficult to do that. They're both such different developments, and they span over, build out for Baseline is 20 more years. build out for Brookfield Town Square being an infill development, and a much smaller footprint, 900 acres for baseline, 34 acres for Brookfield Town Square. And the complexities of Flatirons, exacerbated by COVID, all of which have retail components, all of which are chasing commercial, and all of which are, you'll hear from Baseline in 3 weeks, their market study on retail. When they come back, and commercial is not what they had anticipated that commercial was going to be. So again, the projects are just so different, Councilmember Ward. It's hard to come up with even compartmentalizing them, other than at 50,000 foot, new development, infill, redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. Now, as I recall, Flatirons were supposed to have I guess a net positive financial impact on a long-term financial plan. Where does Baseline sit in the category, just for as a comparison of projects purposes? Since I wasn't here for any of those.
Sure, no, I'm not hesitating to be coy. Again, from a redevelopment perspective, we wouldn't put money back into any development if we didn't think it was going to be the economic driver. Again, so we believe that Flatirons is going to continue to be our economic engine. We're not going into Brookfield Town Square with the anticipation that it's going to be any kind of economic driver. Again, it's an amenity. We don't see Baseline as an amenity, and we don't see Flatirons as an amenity. From the commercial square footage, I think we're all becoming really well versed with it costs us to have residents, period. And the costs become exponentially higher as we move towards build out, particularly with the infrastructure conversations that we have been having and capacity conversations. The commercial, because it's such a big area, 900 acres, we are grateful for the commercial that's there. It's helping us offset some of the property taxes. I'm getting, commercial is what closes the gap, right? It costs us a lot of money to have residents. And the level of service that we have. We talked about it at the council focus session. Closing that gap, part of it is the general fund, and the other part of it is relying on commercial. So again, from a dollar perspective, we could probably attach a dollar amount to Baseline, Councilmember Ward. And as we all know, forecasts are called forecasts, and they're always wrong.
Yes.
Because they're nature of forecasting.
Absolutely. Thank you. I did come up with another question. The dirt that you plan on moving for this lake, where do you intend to put it?
I can handle that. Somewhat. It's going to be exported. Some of it will be used to raise building pads. Some of it will be stored temporarily, I believe, just northeast of the softball fields. And from there, usually what happens is essentially broker dirt. Some people need dirt. Some people need to get rid of dirt. So you find homes for it on various construction sites.
Okay. That is all my questions for the time being.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Anderson.
All right, thank you. Actually, that question about dirt wasn't one of mine, so I was like, I'm going on to the other ones. It has been indicated that this process was community driven through focus groups. And go back to how did we get from the 300 to 800 homes, when the primary goal was to create a gathering place, symbolic heart for the community, a place of pride, and a regional destination. And there's a couple of questions that go along with it, not all at once. How much emphasis has been placed on making this a regional destination and a gathering place for all of Broomfield? Because we just discussed, this is not to be meant to the profit generating areas. We want it to be for all of Broomfield, up in, including northern Ward 4 and all down to Ward 1 and 2. What discussions occurred regarding bus service and alternative modes of transportation for communities further away? And what work has been done on ensuring improving bike and residential paths for access to the town center? So I know those are the questions, and residents further removed from the town center are looking to this area for the atmosphere and unique dining experiences that they currently find in Boulder, Lafayette, and other locations. I know there's a ton of residents that want to come here. So if you could address some of those 3 questions, that'd be great.
Chris Rizzo, Civitas, urban design firm again. So we studied much further around this area out, 3 or 4 or 5 miles, and worked with the city to understand the regional trail connectivity and how we can connect to the site. So the primary one, and you'll see it in the SDP plan, is connecting to the trail along the Greenway to the north. But we also have thought about the size, the width, the connections of how we bring bikes and peds from the surrounding neighborhoods into this site. We designated where we want specifically. We're not just putting 2 bike racks at each building. We have gangs of bike racks strategically located. So they are near the town square, near the beer garden, near the beach. And the idea, similarly to vehicles, is to bring people in to the parking garage or to the bike areas, get them off on foot so they can walk and enjoy the area. We are not, so around the lake, we're not prohibiting bicycles to ride around, but we're also not prioritizing that for the high-speed destination. So you want to come in from the periphery to the edges. So I think we've coordinated very well with the city and the trail folks on how we're connecting to the community.
Okay, thank you. And then what about, I know this is a question from the residents in Anthem Ranch. They would love to hop on a bus and just head on down. Has there been any consideration of, the only way for most of the residents up on the north side is to really honestly get in their car and drive down at this point in time. There is no option north 144th.
Yeah, we've definitely engaged on these topics, but I think that the reality is sort of if you build it, they will come. I think that, we are building an important destination for people who live in Broomfield. And, I think as it becomes a reality, that the demand for those services is going to be there. And, we're going to want to facilitate getting those things done. I wish I could tell you that we had written commitments from, RTD and others to provide, bus and public transportation here yet, but it's just too early in the process. But, our belief is that because it is going to be, I don't want to call it a regional destination, by the way, because at least when I think regional, I get way bigger than maybe others that use the word. I think of it as a Broomfield destination. And so I think that, the demand is going to be there. People are going to want it. And I think we'll make sure we facilitate. From an infrastructure standpoint, we're facilitating it. There's going to be places for, pick up and drop off, all that stuff's built into the design plan. But, we're obviously going to need the agencies to step in and provide the services that are definitely going to be demanded.
Okay, thank you. And it has been indicated that the lake is an absolute requirement. Has the lake in its current form previously been approved in agreement? Have we agreed to that lake, like size and location? Has that been engaged already?
Ms. Bertzetti?
So the agreement from 2019 does state that a substantially enlarged community park pond wrapping around the library and auditorium towards First Avenue is an included amenity.
Okay, thank you. Then that, so not the exact shape of it, but the large lake. Okay, that helps. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is a question about, these are all questions about the lake. It's indicated that the lake is treated with high level of chlorine. was $500,000 for chlorine upon initial billing and $250,000 to $500,000 ongoing each year. And then there's also a note that this was envisioned as a habitat for fish and fishing opportunities. So I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
I think there is some confusion, or maybe, it was me, I wasn't speaking clearly. The annual lake fill cost is much less. I think it's on the order of maybe something like $20,000, $15,000. It's not a significant amount. The initial topping of the lake, it was fairly expensive. I think that was something like $300,000 to $500,000 due to the acre feet, but the ongoing topping off is actually relatively inexpensive for the lake water. For the treatment of the water, so when the water is coming into the lake, it goes through a series of processes. So picture like settlement of suspended solids, or adding a flocculant to remove suspended metals. So it's a series of things to remove contaminants from the water before it comes in. It's not to say we're intended to treat the water with high levels of chlorine. I don't think that's the intention. I do believe there's some microbes that get added, good microbes that help eat biological demand before it turns into a problem. I think that is part of the solution, but I don't think there's a chlorine proposal in there. Instead, it's intended to be a high quality freshwater fishery in swimmable water.
That's more of a question for staff than it is the developer, because it would be Broomfield responsibility to do that. Our indications from our treatment facility folks, so when they say chlorine, you think of a pool. It's not the amount of it, that nowhere near the amount that we would have in the bay or another fresh, not fresh, but swimming pool. The new, again, from a nutrient perspective, yeah, you're absolutely right. Councilmember Anderson, staff's estimation, ongoing to treat the water. Although I appreciate Mr. Frederick Gills that if you design it right, it's going to be a lot cheaper. Our estimate is regardless, not regardless of the design, but even if you have the best design, treating water for people to get in it is expensive. And we're estimating it to be $250,000 to $500,000 a year. Topping the water off, Mr. Frederick is correct that we're anticipating it to be about $20,000 a year for the absorption.
Okay, thank you. So there would be fish in this lake. This wouldn't be highly chlorinated. Okay, so the swimming beach would include people getting in the water, but is there a limit to where people can swim? Because I'm envisioning that beach where people can swim. But there's a huge, like the area is huge. You want lifeguards, and then by the time you get over to the mixed-use residential and rural terraced area, is that an area that's shallow where people wouldn't be allowed to swim?
So to answer the question, we don't have that type of a detail at the PUD stage, but that is something that we can bring back when we bring the site development plan and talk with you, the council, and through that public process, whether there is an interest in limiting the swimming to a particular portion of the lake, and certainly something that we can consider moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And are we certain we have the ability to procure enough water to fill and maintain this lake, considering all of our other water obligations and planned residential growth?
We anticipate that we do have the number of units needed to fill the lake.
So it's pretty confident.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then regarding ownership and maintenance of common areas, what are the hidden costs of the city? This is probably a question for the city.
Anna, I'm going to have you start with that.
Councilmember, I'm not sure that with the detail of the PUD, I can answer all of the details, but I know that we are working with the developer regarding, or will be working with them on a maintenance and obligations agreement, which really will dial down into the details for what portions of development are city obligations, what may be the business improvement district, what may be the responsibility of a residential development.
Okay, thank you. And then on the variances and the decreasing of the lot sizes, it's just that extra foot, but do we have a similar location in Broomfield where we have decreased the drive width and the parking width, and is it working?
So we have a number of areas, typically almost, I feel like almost always when we have structured parking, we look at drive aisle width and space reductions. Most recently it was with Flatiron Crossing where we saw some reductions.
Okay, so that doesn't seem to be a major concern. Okay. And this is a question for the developer. Can you share any updates on like definite sustainability plans, like building electrification, solar, like anything that you're committed to, including in this plan?
I don't know if there's like a specific standard of we're gonna meet this specific lead threshold or we're gonna deliver this many kilowatts of renewable energy. But part of the overarching concept is, you mentioned it, building electrification and attempt to limit greenhouse gas production. So that is, the intention is entirely electric buildings. EV charging will be a big component of the design. We are also going to be prefabricating the framing. That means very minimal waste on the framing. That also means wood framing, which is low embodied energy. We most likely will be employing renewable energy in some capacity here. It's just a little too early in the design to understand exactly how that plays out. You know, we're nearby a lake, somehow does that tie into geothermal, perhaps, but most likely PV, solar PV would be your best opportunity for renewable energy generation. But I think the biggest ones, the most notable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions would be coming from, again, building electrification. So we're talking about electric hot water heaters, electric heating systems for the units. And I'm speaking to the residential right now. When it comes to the Safeway building, the building's gonna have something like 15 kitchens in it. Unfortunately, the technology is not quite at the point where we can cut the gas line completely when it comes to food service and preparation. So there likely will be a need for natural gas within that building, but for the residential units, I do think it's achievable to again electrify those buildings. I know there's a couple I'm missing, but those are the high level ones.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I guess the final question is on the timeline. This is we've kind of gone over this already, the commercial development versus the residential. Just wanna, it's not really a question since I've already been asked. So I just want to guarantee that we have the commercial development because that's what the go-to destination is. They're not coming for the residential, they're coming for the commercial. So that is all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation tonight. I've been on the fence for this for a while, but I do have some more questions, and we had some great questions up here from the council members. I just did the math on the $1.2 million per year that we're losing. That's over $3,000 a day. And if we can only use the lake even half of the year, that's $6,000 a day. Just doing the math on that is interesting, and I don't know any developer who would want to come in and have it cost the city that much. So I just have concerns from staff. I'm wondering if staff could address if you have any concerns in the beach area, during all of seasons, what's the cost of liability for that? What are we looking at as far as, just the year-round cost that it's going to cost us to have this amenity? Thanks.
Councilmember Engel, I think some of these are the questions that are really detailed on the site amenities, like the beach, and the exact staffing, the size of the swimming, all of that will kind of feed into being able to calculate that information. If the PUD is approved tonight and the site development plan comes forward with the plan as it's currently conceptually shown in the PUD, we can provide that additional information at that time. But I don't think I have a good ballpark at this time in terms of liability or any other type of trying to put a dollar amount to it yet.
Okay, thank you. I probably should have kept my microphone on. I apologize. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's just one major concern for me. I'll give my opinion later. Could we also, let's see, I think I had a question about soil testing. One of the people had questions about that. I asked this a lot of different places and a lot of different applications. We don't want it to be like Flatirons where we have soil where we're shifting it a lot and where it's not even soil that we could use. What does our testing look like for that?
So geotechnical reports are required with the site development plan, and those are currently in review with staff and engineering.
Okay, so we haven't concluded that we can actually use the soil there?
What the engineering report will do is it analyzes the soil and will give recommendations for how to build safely, engineer the site with the soils that are on the site. And then if you wanted to speak to the report, you can, but these are draft studies. And so I would just caution that those are draft at this time and will be completed as we move forward through the site plan.
So would it add more cost if the soil is not usable?
I think not usable makes it's a matter of cost increase if the soils are highly expansive and could add cost to the construction methodology for the buildings. Is that a fair way to say that?
Okay. Okay.
And the applicant is saying that he'd be happy to speak more to the soil if you'd like. Sure.
She's correct that geotechnical report is marked preliminary. The actual soil testing in large part is complete. Happy to say that the soil is actually good. It's not hot like it is up by Flatirons here. So soil traveled through this area is highly variable. And so from neighborhood to neighborhood, you can have absolutely terrible expansive or collapsing soils, or actually pretty dang good soil. And to put it in perspective, the auditorium addition on the library, as well as the library itself, was built on spread footings. And they're in tremendous shape. They have not shifted, they have not moved. So there's underlying bedrock and soil strata here that just so happens to be in a pocket of good. At least that's the preliminary indication. And that's great for us. It means more efficient design. TBD on whether we still want to move forward with sinking piers all the way down to bedrock for our foundation systems, or utilize the spread footings like the library and the fire district building did. But regardless, the geotechnical preliminary indications are this is good soil.
Okay, thank you very much. And last question, has there been any sort of GHG studies on when we take trees down, what's happening to our greenhouse gas?
No, again, yeah, I know it's frustrating not to have these answers. But on a PUD, really, it's that 50,000 foot, and then you start drilling down on that site development plan. As far as the GHG study, I don't even want to tell you we're going to do that. We know that it's in the range of 400 to 500 trees. The developer has agreed to the best of their ability, relocate 14 of those. And we know from our forester that when you have a tree, the majority of those trees, although they span from 10 to 40 years old, we would want to focus on the memorial trees first. But the likelihood of removing and replanting mature trees is, I don't want to say it's futile, but it's the likelihood of it taking again is low.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Any other council member for first round? Well, I have a couple of questions. Were the past city councils that in the last 10 years supportive of this project?
Yes.
Why did it take so long?
Why did the project take so long?
Yeah. What was the holdup? We were probably in a better financial situation then than now.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, I mean, the time kills deals, I think we've all arrived to that. I think that would be best to, Mr. Bostridge.
This project has taken a long time, and part of the reason it's taken a long time is because it's a very, very special project, and a lot of hopes and dreams of the community were put into this project, and we spent a lot of time understanding those and reconfiguring it and adding features and adding elements to it to make it better. We also chose a very, very difficult project in the sense that, we're building it around this lake. Look, we could have just, done a traditional main street, threw down a street and put up some buildings on either side of it and called it a day. But that isn't what the focus groups told us they wanted. The focus groups told us that they wanted an iconic project that really was extraordinary and special for Broomfield and set it apart from all the other communities. And this concept of taking a picture of it and saying, that's Broomfield, Colorado, was like the biggest thing that came out of the focus groups. They wanted something that they could be extraordinarily proud of. So we took on an ambitious project. So it took longer. It took a really long time. The engineering around this lake is complicated. And we said we want it to be a lake that has fish, and we want it to be a lake that you can put people in. These things are complicated. We have to treat the water. We hired the best experts we can from around the country to help us engineer this body of water to make sure that it's going to be high quality forever. So the process was painstaking, but it's going to be worth it, is all I can tell you. I know the specialness of the project and the time are hand in glove, is all I can tell you. I can also tell you the pandemic didn't help, but I will tell you that we never stopped working. We worked on it all the way through. It's a complex project to finance. So we're looking at, doing, we have to get TIF financing. We're gonna have to issue bonds. We're doing a business improvement district. We have a metro district. It's a monumentally complex project. And those take time. And it's really the characteristics of the project that have driven a lot of this time. So all I can say is I'm sorry it took so long, and I promise it will be worth it.
Oh, no, that's fine. I mean, I've been following along up here for 5 years, so I've seen each new council have more asks and more priorities, and as shifting priorities change, then it became, we need senior housing, and we need affordable housing, and we need this, and we need this. So I get some of that, but how I feel now, it's like it is really working very hard to be all things to all people. And I am concerned about the library. We have at least 1,000 people a day using that facility, and it's already at capacity. And I don't know if originally the expansion of the auditorium and library were supposed to happen concurrently with this project. Was that ever part of the original vision? Because I did read that somewhere, that this would allow for facilitating expansion of the auditorium and the entertainment options.
Mayor, are you asking if it was ever a part of the development agreement for the expansion?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of it, I believe the reference was likely in terms of the coordination, which has been completed to ensure that there was an opportunity for the expansion of both the Abbey and the library facilities, which is incorporated into the lotting for lot 7. But I'm not familiar with any proposed or potential participation in the actual funding of the expansion.
So, but lot 6 wasn't originally going to be multi-family, correct?
Back when the original concept review was proposed, correct. So the original concept review did not include the future phases, which were then brought forward in the September concept review from just last year.
So from what I'm reading then, that the library is going to get boxed in. So when there is funding for expansion, it's going to be more expensive because it's going to be boxed in and surrounded.
Thank you for clarifying, Mayor. So yes, as we identified in the staff memorandum, as the development occurs in phases around the library, there will be less opportunities for construction phasing if that library expansion doesn't happen prior to, for example, the Lot 6 area, because construction phasing might have to be further away, and it does limit the opportunities for access and the coordination during that time. So that could drive costs up for the expansion itself. Yes.
And also limiting access during construction is a huge concern of mine. Our library was one of the things that people could look to during the pandemic when we were shut down and provide services to some of our most vulnerable communities. So I take great pause that it's kind of being, pushed to the corner or boxed in rather, quite literally. And I think it needs to be a higher priority, whether we have to do that on another end, but it does concern me. And the second question I have is about the Boulder Valley School District. It says that upon approval of the PUD, staff will be following up with BVSD to discuss the terms that will be requested when the new Urban Renewal Authority is established, and the school district will be asked to provide $26.243 million or $19.98 million. City Manager Hoffman, what can you tell me about what is the school district think of this?
We haven't engaged with the school district yet. Again, it's kind of the one step at a time. We will, upon approval, engage with Laura Mitchell, who's our contact at Adams 12, who sits on the Urban Renewal Authority, and then engage with BVSD. So part of how it works, and Ms. White was really the architect. I don't want to say the sole architect, but certainly knows urban renewal well. 1348, you all will remember that in the past, municipalities could form an urban renewal without having conversations with impacted special districts, including the fire districts and school districts. Part of the conversation prior to 1348 being passed, which is why you all now have two new members, one from the fire district and one from the school districts, is they now not only have a seat at the table, but they have a voice in participating and kind of walking through what the amount of the development requires. So the school districts receive backfill from the state annually based on urban renewal authorities. So part of the 1348 was not only the school districts having to say, and municipalities being mindful of having everyone at the table is for this reason, in addition to a whole host of reasons. So as we move forward on the urban renewal, the reason we have to have them at the table is because anytime that you have a significant change, or you change boundaries, or financials change, or you change the clock. So here, it fits into that category. So the developer is estimating that in addition to the 54 million, the bonds, the metro districts, and the bid, the ask from the school districts will be the 26 plus mills, which would then generate over the life of the URA approximately $20 million. So again, I think as Mr. Bosters just indicated, these projects are financially fragile. It takes a tremendous amount of a real comprehensive package from many places to make these deals, particularly this one, go. And the school district is certainly part of that.
So that basically is saying that BVSD would be giving up 20 million?
Yes, from what they would otherwise receive from any development. So again, if you're not in an urban renewal authority, any development, the school districts are going to get their mills. You know, we've talked a lot about it with council when you see a property tax. if you guys remember what the houses look like. Almost 50% of everyone's property tax goes to their school districts. Adams County has a very different mill levy than BVSD does, as do school districts throughout the state. So again, the caveat is the state then, the Councilmember Lindstedt from his time at Capitol will remember backfill. So essentially the state, and it continues to be a bone of contention across the board, that the state would then be backfilling an amount that would be used for a development to take place that then would benefit the community. Right now, that's how it works, is the school district then receives backfill so that they're left whole and not out those URA funds.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. One last question though. So the library is not part of the business improvement district, correct?
It is not.
Then why are we conveying the land?
Ms. Bertuzzi?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no conveyance of the library parcel at this time. So there is a final plat that is being processed concurrently, but not all of the lots within the Broomfield Town Square are conveyed or would be conveyed to the developer. The library is one of them that would remain in Broomfield's ownership.
What are the other ones?
Good question. We have the- Really loud with this next to a microphone. Okay. So I believe lot 8 of the, I'm gonna have to look to the applicant and make sure I get all of this correct. I'm sorry, planning area 1 remains in Broomfield's ownership, that's the lake. Some of the properties may be owned and maintained by the Business Improvement District, I believe that's lot 9 and some of the other private paseos. And then lot 6, lot 5, lot 3, lot 1, lot 2, lot 4, in the plat that have been proposed, those would be eventually turned over to the developer. I think I've got them all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bertuzzi. That's all I have for now. So we're gonna go around. Round one. We're gonna go to Councilmember Lindstedt, who hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess real quick on the library, you know, we got this letter last week from the library board, and I was a little caught off guard by it. I wasn't quite expecting it to come this late in the game, whether with these concerns about the library. I guess I'm just wondering, why didn't we hear about it? Like, why didn't we think about finding money for those expansions concurrently sooner? Why, it felt like kind of a last minute, almost curveball in my inbox, getting that letter without any real conversation that I can remember in the last 3 years on what we're gonna do to sustainably fund the expansion of the library.
I think there's a couple of things, Councilmember Lindstedt, one being the temperature of libraries right now. I mean, we've all read those articles about municipalities not funding their libraries anymore. And I think they are well aware of that. I think timing from the economics, since this council was seated, you know, not even 4 months after you all were seated, we went into COVID. So there wasn't time, quite frankly, to have conversations about library expansions and funding those. The master study that was running concurrently 3 years ago with in partnership, or I don't want to say partnership, but in combination, we didn't want to have a master plan of the library given the work that was happening at Broomfield Town Square and not have them at least be, I don't want to say unified, but having those conversations about where the best site for expansion would be. So for example, where the beer garden is now, that was originally, from Broomfield's perspective, that was the ideal place because then you could expand the back, you could expand the the auditorium. So again, it was kind of that give and take about not prioritizing, but certainly what was financially feasible to come first. So I think it was, Mayor, and Anna can correct me as well. We came to council with a library expansion. Anna, will you help me out with that date? And council said no.
No, we didn't. We said we wanted to expand it, not renovate. We wanted to renovate it, not build a new one. And that was 6/2/2021.
I'm saying before that. Yeah. And to
Okay.
walk us through that a little bit, would you?
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry, I'm not sure I have the exact timing, but yes, the last was in the summer. But prior to that, in terms of the review, I don't have that exact time frame, but we can certainly look that up and provide that answer.
We'll check that out there. And part of the conversation we've been talking about expanding the library for 7 years. But it was the BCC and 144th for the two prior councils. Those two were the priority because we knew we had a bond for those. And the library was not deemed to be a priority at that time.
I guess my question, I think the letter from the library board, everybody up here read and thought about. And it felt last minute to me. I was, thinking in terms of the Brookfield Town Square and this project. And it just doesn't feel like that was very well thought out for it to come so last minute to me up here. So
Sure.
I guess my question is, and this is a complete Hail Mary, but what if we had the funds to do this expansion sooner? What could we incorporate that into this plan sooner? Because I don't like that this is just an unintended consequence that came up last week.
Sure. Well, let me say a couple of things. So the Brookfield, again, that's not staff. That's so.
I'm aware.
From a timing perspective, we all read that letter with, right? So I think many factors went into it. Would it have been more conducive to have the conversation a year ago? Ideally, yes, but I don't think they were feeling the pinch nor understanding what the change from lot 5 to lot 7 means. So again, digesting a lot of information from when this item was originally pulled, right? I mean, they also looked at the PowerPoint, they also looked at the Q&A, so digesting that information led to quasi untimely them saying, hey, we're all for this, but here's what we want you to consider. So ideally, in the perfect world, if we had funds, yes.
Well, I'll just say, is it too late to put a mill increase on the ballot this November for the library explicitly?
I don't know that.
It might entail special meetings.
Fine. I mean, I think we should have addressed this a year ago. So, I mean, if the library board is that concerned, or concerned about getting that expansion up north and getting, let's try it. Let's see if the voters say yes or no. And I don't know. I feel like we have an opportunity to do this in conjunction, and if it goes down, it goes down. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But let's just do it.
So let me.
I know that's not relevant to this decision.
No. So let me clarify before, because there's a lot of staff clearly listening tonight. So before anybody does anything, let's, Councilmember Lindstedt. So for this library expansion and.
That's really a concern that's coming up last minute. This is a critical project. I know my last trying to find solutions. It threw me off guard.
So I'm going to defer to your mayor. So we are booked on study sessions, FYI, council. So a special meeting should council deem it, and then we can get a further direction before staff goes on any particular direction.
Okay.
Yeah, it would require a special reading, which I've been told that we've already made, people have made plans on those first Tuesdays that were finally off after 2 years. So
We just got a letter last week about this concern, and I've heard it from many people up here. And I don't think it's fair to put that on our Broomfield Town Square project, because we should have been better at forecasting it, so.
Well, to be fair, when this last concept review came, I expressed concern about looking at those buildings so close to the library. I did say, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this. So it's not new to me. I've always had a problem.
But this is the situation we're in now. So what I'm offering is a thought to try to alleviate those concerns, because I know a lot of members of this body have those concerns. So yeah, I guess that's all I have. It was about the library, and I really do appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem's very thoughtful questions at the start of the meeting. So thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Mayor, if I may just, not necessarily clarifying Councilmember Lindstedt. Talking out loud to, clearly I'm talking out loud, but if we moved forward and had a mill levy increase for the library, whether it was a new one, I don't know how we could do an expansion down here and not do one up north. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for that. But again, getting the mill levy, going out for bond, getting the bonds, getting the design, the development, within the timeline that's happening with Broomfield Town Square, we can do an expansion. And please don't move, because now I'm finishing this thought. On lot 5, that would be where the expansion would be, correct? Or is it 7? I'm sorry.
So the land reserves for the library, as it's currently planned and as they were coordinated with the consultant, are on the library parcel, which is lot 7. And now I'm really hoping I said the correct lot. Correct, thanks.
So I guess the question would be, yeah, we need time to work through that. I mean, again, from a probably 2 years out.
2 years out, so what?
If it all went according to plan, to get the mill levy, to get the increase, to get the design, to get all of those other pieces. I don't know how, we'd have to talk with the developer about marrying those two.
Sure, yeah.
What, from the developer, what kind of consideration could we look at if we wanted to prioritize this? Because I know a lot of people up here are very concerned about that library. What can we put in, to keep that door open?
If I may, Mayor and council member, I know these two gentlemen want to address the possibility of what could, but I want to just be crystal clear from the standpoint of the PUD document decision that's before you, right? There's nothing in the PUD that prevents the library from expanding. There's the physical space that's been set aside for it. There's the parking arrangement. What you're really talking about is funding and construction timing. So the PUD itself does not hamper the ability of the library to expand at whatever time the library and you all decide that you want to do that. Just, I felt the need to say that because we're talking about the PUD and the PUD criteria, but let the developers address the logistics of what I think you're suggesting, which is if we did secure the funding in time to coordinate the construction, could you work around our schedule? That's, I think, the question that you're asking.
Yes.
Yeah, I think absolutely. We can coordinate schedules, and again, to reiterate, it appears this is a question more about funding. Is there space for the library to expand? Absolutely. We were actually with the library design team to consider options, not only 1, but options 1, 2, and 3 of potential library expansion, and then accommodated the lot lines and zoning areas in the PUD to accommodate the library team's proposed expansion plan. So it's not that we're hemming them in, we actually worked with them to embrace their design, incorporate it into the site. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that point.
So to be crystal clear.
Yeah.
The library and the concerns of that expansion as with the PUD, the way it is written right now, would be on us as the city and county to resolve, not during these discussions right now with the PUD. Yes. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, so that ends our first round. We're gonna go to second round questions from council, and you'll have 2 minutes. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple quick questions. One was actually about the library. As far as the timing goes, could the library, if we got the funding right away, timing, would that work of getting it done before you do lot 6 residential? Or at the same time, I guess, is the question. Because the concern seems to be that lot 6 residential will will increase the cost because of space and everything else. So could we do it at the same time, I guess?
I think it's very important to understand that right now, we're just talking about zoning for lot 6. We don't have any plans for lot 6. We haven't drawn any. It's not on a schedule. It's purely a zoning thing at this point and part of our master plan. So, I mean, based on our construction schedule for phase 1, I mean, that's going to occupy how many years now, Tim? 3 years? At least 3 years. So whatever's happening with, lot 6 is way down the road. And remember that we would go through a whole site development plan process, all the time. It would be heavily coordinated with the city. I just don't think that lot 6 and the library's expansion are really a concern right now. And by the way, relative to the library, we feel like we're totally in sync with the library. We want the library to expand. We've accommodated their expansion. We've accommodated their designs. We don't want to do anything to get in their way. They're an important part of the project. So we're all for you all figuring out how to pay for it to be expanded. And we've done our work on our end to make sure that the space is there to do it.
Thank you. And just for staff's point, I fully support Councilmember Lucette's idea of putting it on the ballot, whether it's a special library district or a mill, however we do it. Question on the BVSD funding. Is that the same as the property tax revenues that we're giving them? Is it money that won't be there unless the project gets built?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last thing I have on this, actually, sure, one more thing. The bike underpass on Main. Is that something that's on the docket to do through the CIP, whether this gets built or not?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. Yes, but it's one of the projects that would be expedited, and the need to add a pedestrian underpass in addition to the drainage is really also, and the need is enhanced by the fact that there would be this activity that would draw people on the east side.
And then one final question on transportation that Councilmember Anderson raised. And we've had discussions, several of us, about establishing a local Broomfield transportation district, local bus route type of thing. Assuming we could get the voters to approve that, because whatever funding we have to do for that, assuming the voters would approve it in a few years or whenever we could do it, would this project being built enhance the success of that route, of a local route? Theoretically.
Councilmember, I'm not sure I have the information to be able to
I
answer.
guess the density and having a route stop, people being able to move to and from, it seems to me that it would be enhance the.
I don't want to go on the record saying that. We have a meeting with our TD about those services that they are not renewing for our funds, so.
So if we in the future establish our own local district through some voter approved.
Money.
Yeah. Okay, that's the only question I had. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Just a point of personal privilege. In addressing Ms. White's comment about the library in the PUD plan review standards, the proposal should identify and mitigate potential negative impacts on nearby properties, other areas of the city, and the city as a whole. So it is actually relevant to the conversation. Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna go back to Joe's comments about making this an iconic. Look at the magazine, you know, it's Broomfield. You mentioned other places that you think are iconic in terms of like Fort Collins and Boulder, et cetera. What aspects of their downtowns make them iconic?
Actually, I'm not sure that they are. I think the Pearl Street Mall has a certain iconic quality to it. I think that the 16th Street Mall in downtown Denver has certain iconic characteristics to it that if you see it, you know it's there. But a lot of main streets, just typical conventional main streets, I don't think are particularly iconic. When you think of iconic, you think of things like, you know, the Bean in Chicago, or, you know, a particular building like the Transamerica building in San Francisco, or, you know, something that you associate with a place, like, for example, in Colorado Springs, you know, you can see off in the distance, you can see the chapel at the Air Force Academy. What was identified in the focus groups was a strong desire to have something iconic for Broomfield, that this project has something about it that actually make it stand out and immediately recognizable. So honestly, we didn't feel like we could accomplish that with just doing a traditional Main Street, because honestly, it would just look like every other Main Street. Pearl Street Mall, you know, it has some iconic characteristics. It's red brick, but honestly, if you took a picture of it, it could be anywhere in America. What we were trying to do here is to create something based on its shape and its look and its characteristics that you just immediately be recognizable, be almost like trademarkable, so to speak. And that was really one of the things that came out of those focus groups. I remember when, you know, we sent this stuff over to the designers for the competition. I said, this is going to be the hardest thing for them to figure out. Like, how do you do something that, you know, really checks this box? And we feel like we've accomplished it with the lake. So that's hopefully the answer to your question about iconic here relative to those other projects.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my last question, since we are in a quasi-judicial entity right now, I'm not even sure how I want to ask this question. How do certain aspects of what we've talked about so far, on top of the housing and expanding commercial, et cetera, how does that factor in with our decision that we should be making as a quasi-judicial body tonight? I know, and if you need to ask probing questions to further clarify, maybe that'll help.
Can you repeat the question?
So since we're in a quasi-judicial entity right now, making a decision on this PUD amendment, how have some of the discussions that we've had on top of the residential and commercial that they're asking for factor in or cannot be factored into our decision tonight?
So
if you can even answer that question.
I'm not tracking, so
I think I might be tracking. So the last part of your council memo has the standards in the code that you need to take into consideration when you're making your determination tonight. So you look at those standards and you take everything that you've heard, everything you've read in the record, everything you've heard this evening with the public comment, tied to the land use, right? You're here not as the partner in this property. You're here as the person, the entity, the quasi-judicial entity deciding this land use, this PUD amendment and comp plan amendment. So you're looking at, and I think the wording in the comp plan standards actually really sums it up. It should meet the city's purpose of guiding and accomplishing a coordinated, justice, and harmonious development in the city. Now, let's say you're thinking to yourself and you say, I have a concern about that because of what I heard, or I really think this is harmonious because of this is what I heard. So you want to pull the evidence you heard this evening, and that's in the record, and apply it to those standards that's on that last part of your council memo. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Ward?
Yes, thank you.
I will say that it is challenging, and we've talked about this a little bit before, because you are a partner on this project too. So you're also here as landowner and you have an impacted property.
right, with the library, as we've been discussing in other properties. So it is challenging to have those two different hats, but tonight it's about the land use approval for this development coming in.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry, can I make one more clarification, Madam Mayor, if I can? I want to follow up on Councilmember Anderson's question on, is the lake part of an already approved agreement? As property owner, it's in the redevelopment agreement. As a land use approval, the lake has not yet been approved as part of either of the approved PUDs. I believe that's what you were asking in your question, if I'm remembering that right. That sort of goes to what Councilmember Ward was talking about. What's in your capacity as property owner, partner in this project? What's in your capacity as the land use quasi judicial reviewer? Thank you.
I just had a couple of quick questions, and I don't want to belabor the library issue, but I need to bring one point up or a question up. And I'm all in favor of the library. If we need to expand it, that's great. I love the library, I love the services, and I support the services. But I'm really concerned when I'm sitting here that this has become sort of a red herring that's really sort of gumming this up. It's my understanding a year ago, 6/2/21, Mayor just mentioned, we had a study session on the library. It was not just recommended, it was recommended to us, I believe, by the library, that we weren't going to go forward with expansion, but we're going to go forward with the redesign. It's my understanding that was recommended by the library. It's my understanding that's what we approved or supported. I'm not sure if it was an approval or support as a body. So I'm not sure why we're having this animated discussion now about expansion, while less than a year ago, we talked about redesign, not expansion. Is that accurate?
I'm gonna have Catherine Wynand, the Director of Library and Cultural Affairs.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Pro Tem. To your specific question right now, it was not a tear down and rebuild, but we were looking at an expansion and a redoing of the space as the most viable option.
Thank you. That's my recollection as well. A couple of quick questions, just on the housing, just want to clarify. From the developers, are there going to be for sale townhome units in this project? Is that anticipated?
Yes, there are for sale townhome projects along First Avenue.
Super appreciate that. I know this is huge, something that's been huge for our city council over the years, so I'm super happy to hear that. And then, is there any idea, I know you mentioned attainable housing, you're going to make every attempt to provide that. If not, you'll be paying the cash in lieu. Roundabout number what the cash in lieu would look like? Anybody?
Yeah. We'll let Anna and Mr. Frederickville weigh into that depending upon the number of units. So if you just look at
just a rough number.
Well, if you go up to 18, I don't know what number they want to use. It's more appropriate for the developer to do that estimation and then just times the amount of the current cash in lieu.
I'm just looking, is it 500,000, 1 million, 5,000, just a very general number.
Sure.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, Carolyn White on behalf of the developer. In the RRA, the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement, the formula that's set forth, it's a cash price per unit based on the number of bedrooms. So since we don't know the bedroom mix, we'd have to be guessing, but I can tell you that the formula that's set forth is for a studio, it's $25,000 per unit. For 1 bedroom is $27,000, and so on up to 3 bedroom which is $37,250. And so, you could decide on a bunch of different alternative mixes of how many bedrooms these would be, but it's.
Are we looking 7 figures there, millions?
I think the answer to that is definitely.
Okay, I guess my question and point is that if this development does not happen, we don't get those millions. If this development does happen, we have millions that go into our affordable housing fund, which we don't have today.
It's more of a point than a question. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, anyone else for a second round? Councilmember Anderson?
Okay, so I have just a couple of questions on the first round. Let me find them. Okay. So there have been, we talked about this up earlier, that there's some single-story residents nearby. And I've had a couple constituents a little further north express concerns about noise, light, and increased traffic in the past on other projects. I'm just thinking that's probably still a concern. So if you could maybe address what's being done in this project to address noise, light, and traffic for existing residents with this infill project would be super helpful.
Yeah, particularly with respect to Main Street, the project has been designed to be respectful of it. So there is a fairly significant setback on the project before any, before any buildings occur. And then the first set of buildings are lower. So we've got these townhomes that are along Main Street to create kind of a buffer to the single family residences across the street, that and like I said, the wider setback. And then the buildings behind that, they sort of grow gradually as opposed to just jutting straight up. So, a lot of thought was putting in how to really soften the impact of the project on Main Street there by just sort of starting out gently and then moving out from there. We're doing noise studies, we're doing light studies. I mean, we're really addressing all the issues that came up. I mean, getting back to, why does the project take so long? As we've gone through this and as these concerns have been brought up, we've hired consultants and we've had our design team address them. So whether it's a fear of, how headlights might go into somebody's, window, if their house is right along Main Street there, or, how traffic behaves there, or how noise is protected from that neighborhood, the way the project is designed, everything's sort of happening inside of kind of a box, so to speak, which helps contain a lot of the light, a lot of the noise. So a lot of thought was put into how to design the project, in order to just soften that transition from single family homes into, row homes and then into apartments and so on. But again, addressing those things, lights, noise, all that stuff, has consultants have been hired to address those and try and mitigate the impact of all of those things.
And then I'm assuming that traffic study has not been done yet, but is there any estimate of ideally how many people are trying to attract here on a daily basis? I mean, is there any information?
Yeah, we have a traffic study. It has been done. Yeah. Oh, it's a draft. Okay, it's still in draft. So I guess we can't really complete the traffic study until we get to the next phase of the site development plan where you get very specific in terms of the overall project before they can complete that. Or am I missing something on how the traffic study would actually get completed?
We'll provide some information. So we have, in this case, the PUD plan and the site development plan both going concurrently through the process. A lot more detail is known with the site development plan. And so that's being used to drive the traffic study, because that is where we have a lot of the information that will help us take a look at the traffic generation from the site. And so as that site development plan progresses before it gets to city council, that will complete its review and have its recommendations incorporated into the development.
Okay, so we're just looking at this land use piece right now. So this is so hard because you're ahead of the process sometimes. But that would be something that if the traffic study showed an issue, that would then have to be mitigated somehow at that step before.
Correct. Traffic studies typically have recommendations to help mitigate any potential impacts from the development. And so we'll look to those recommendations, ensure that our traffic engineer agrees with the recommendations. And then if an improvement is needed to increase capacity or turning movement adjustment, those will be incorporated in the final plans.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions.
All right, thank you. Any other council member questions? Seeing none, all right. I just have one more. And I would like to ask our Director of Library and Cultural Affairs to come to the podium and inquire as to why the letter came so late.
Yeah, I can address that. Thank you, Mayor and council members. The library board just, they have been following this for a while. And with this addition of the possibility of 800 homes, they had additional concerns about that, and specifically the construction time itself. While we're in those phases, how are we gonna protect library access? And so they wanted you all to have their concerns, not because they are trying to say this project shouldn't go forward or anything like that. I think there's a lot of excitement about the possibilities this brings for library arts and history. To be in the center of a development like this is very exciting. So they wanted an opportunity to give you their feedback of here's the things that, as they looked at the plans, that they are concerned of. And one of those is we already had a plan with our master plan saying we do need additional expansion, both north and in our current location, and that this project, especially if this number of units moves forward, is going to make that more necessary than it already was. So they wanted you to have that list of concerns. The timing was because this was coming forward to you, that they just wanted to make sure that you had this in your mind as well as we move into the SDP stage as well.
So it was because of the additional units, density, and construction area that the concern was a new concern.
Yes, and the timing of being able to give you direct feedback as well.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Lino. That's all I have. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-50. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-50 by title?
11A, resolution number 2022-50, authorizing and approving the Ninth Amendment to the 2016 Comprehensive Plan regarding a land use map amendment and the Broomfield Town Square Plan Unit Development Plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Marshall.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem. It's okay. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Marshall, then Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a bunch of thoughts of this. I don't think it's a secret to anybody up here where I'm feeling on this project, given that it's in Ward 1. It's been a long standing priority of our community. I wanted to point out that this council approved 6,000 roughly units in baseline with no consideration of commercial being done first. And yet we've heard from this developer that they are willing to agree to do that specifically. So on that note, I'd like to make a motion to that no permits in lot 6 be approved prior to certificate of occupancy being received by the city on lots 2, 3, and 10.1. And that they also not be issued, they should be issued currently or after the permits on lot 10.2.
Ms. Rogers?
I think I was able to get that down as you were typing. Just a bit. If we could put on slide 2. So let me, please, before we get the second, I want to make sure we have the language that Councilmember Marshall would like. I move to add a condition of approval that no permits be issued for any buildings on lot 6 until the certificates of occupancy for the commercial uses are issued for lots 2, 3, and 10.1, and until permits have been or are concurrently issued for lots 10.2. as the lots are shown on the PUD.
Yes.
So Councilmember Marshall has made this motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward?
Sure, I'll go ahead and second it.
All right, before we get to the discussion, does staff have any comments on this proposed condition? And then we're gonna go to the applicant. No? Okay, next I'm gonna ask whether the applicant has any comments on this proposed condition.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, Carolyn White again on behalf of the applicant. If I may, I just would like to request whether we might have the opportunity to work a little bit with the language with the city attorney. And what I mean by that, for example, is on each of those lots, there will be multiple tenants. And many of them may be on their own schedule for their tenant finish, even though the developer may have already completed their obligations. And were you meaning to say that all of the COs for all of the 35,000 of commercial space plus the 60,000 has to be completed before the, you know what I mean? So maybe we might just parse it a little bit, like.
I want the commercial to be built before the residential lot 6 happens, so that we have a assurance that that's gonna happen first. How we do the languages.
The structure, but you don't require that every space be leased,
No,
right?
Correct.
I think that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we have any objection to the concept. Carolyn pointed out there might be a slight phasing or sequencing question. And so the question would be, could we rephrase it to, rather than certificates of occupancy, but until permits have been issued for and construction has commenced on those spaces? So like, we started on it, some of these buildings, for instance, I think it's lots 2 and 3, it's like a 30-month project, something like that. And so we gotta wait all the way through that until we can start something else. It might be nice to just get a jump on that space.
Does that delay, does that impede?
One of the issues we want to make sure is that our staff understands what words like starting construction would mean.
Yeah, trying to be specific.
So if we can come up, but it's something objective,
Yeah.
permits issued is a good one
Permits
rather than
issued.
CO.
Building permit issue.
Building permit.
Yeah. And then I just wanted to ask a clarifying question on 10.2. So the intention is that 10.2, so 10.2 already had the permits provision. So just be lacing that in.
My concern, I think concern of many of my colleagues is that we've been promised commercial in the past and residential gets built and commercial kind of gets delayed and whatever. We just had a issue a few weeks ago about gas stations, so similar. I guess the question, the intent is to make sure that since those residential units seem to be the sticking point for some of my colleagues, I want to make sure that those are last, I guess.
And we're on board with that. Just want to be cognizant of some of the super long durations of the different residential buildings.
If we can, Councilmember Marshall, can you withdraw your motion at this time? I'm gonna move aside with Ms. White. We can maybe move on to other parts of the discussion.
I withdraw my motion this time.
Okay, we'll come back to it.
Do I continue my comment, my 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. I wanted, my other point of comment was about the community-driven aspect of this development. I have been with Councilmember Schaaf, back in 2016, 2017, when we were running for council back then, been involved in this project and looking and watching it come forward. And I really appreciate the way that you have taken what the community wanted and made it happen. It's not like you are just pushing it and it's a cookie cutter thing. The one point that I'm going to agree with the comments of my extremely conservative predecessor that spoke earlier. This has been a community priority for years, 20 plus years. I don't agree with her that a map from 14 years ago is binding, but on that, I do believe that this project and the iteration that it is now is exactly what the community has wanted and what the community needs. So I appreciate you bringing it forward. I appreciate you sitting through all these meetings. And I think, obviously, I support this project as is. I'm offering the amendment to
I think some of these are the concerns of my colleagues, but that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you again to the applicant for your engagement and investment in Broomfield. Thank you to the public for your thoughts, questions, opinions on this project over the many years. And thank you to staff for your support of this project, as it has been a council priority for many, many years. And thank you to my council colleagues up here for your thoughtful questions and what I know will be thoughtful comments as well tonight. Infill construction is so hard. We've seen some infill projects over the years. The decisions on these infill projects are much more complex than any other developments. With this particular application, there's so much history, financial implications, public input, community impact, and of course, the long-term hope for our city and county. As with all developments, I do look for a path forward, because ultimately I want that improvement and that investment in our community. Before I was on council, I was told the most important decisions that you will make are around developments. I've carried this forward on my time on council. I stress about these decisions. I've stressed all night. I've stressed for 5 years while I've been on council about this development of the town square. So I definitely don't take this lightly, this decision. So looking forward for a path forward, I have two major issues that I'm hoping to address. When I'm looking at this PUD, I almost need to revisit that redevelopment and that reimbursement agreement, because in a way that was based upon the $54 million reimbursement was based upon the 365 units, not on 500 units, as was pointed out by our staff, and was especially not based upon the 818 units. So I don't know if this is possible, and our attorneys out of the room, but could we conditionally approve this project based upon the approval of a revised redevelopment reimbursement agreement? So I'll put that question on hold for now. The other major issue that I have is, perhaps we can look at considering a lower cap on the residential units. Perhaps a 500 unit residential cap there, and which I think is kind of the middle area between those two numbers, right? Between the 365 units and the 818 units. If we're looking at that 500, I think that we can come up with, a solid number there. So those are kind of two sticking points for me. I think that, when we hear from the community, the additional benefits of this project weren't necessarily additional residential units. And so, perhaps after some time, when this concept is proven, as this project gets built out, we can revisit that conversation of increasing the residential units. But I think at this point in the conversation, we almost need to kind of prove the concept is going to work before we increase the residential units around here, because we know that residential is what costs the city and county money here. I do see the negative impacts of this project on nearby properties. The light from increased cars directed headlights into the existing residences. There is concern there will be very large negative impacts to the already crowded streets on First and Main Streets. There needs to be a plan to allow the library to expand in the future years before it is boxed in. Perhaps, and this may be tied to the amendment that Councilmember Marsh-Holston had, that perhaps holding off on the building on Lot 6 until that library expansion is done, and that way it's not boxed in. Looking to the positive impacts of this development, of course, there are positives of this PUD. There's going to be increased commercial space. There's going to be more density around here to support that residential. But I think that, this is what Councilmember Marsh-Holston was saying, is there's no guarantee for that commercial space to come online. And I do think that is what gives me a lot of pause with this development. And so perhaps with this amendment that would be addressed, is to ensure that commercial materializes at the end of the day, as opposed to getting a bunch of residential units and then, sitting around waiting for that commercial to come on. I think that the lake, and it continues to come up, whether with council or with the public, the lake is an issue. We continue to hear about this. I think that,
Councilmember Ward's point, during the focus session, the lake was never discussed. I think that the lake is a sticking point, and I think it always will be a sticking point. I think that this is something that we might need to address. And then, because I have 3 seconds left, I definitely would not agree to the administrative variance for this, going from the 10% to the 15%. There is no precedent for this, and I wouldn't approve that variance tonight. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
I'm just impressed with Councilmember Schaaf for getting all that in that amount of time. Thank you. Thank you for presentation tonight and just over the course of the years that we've gone through all of this. I know that a lot of people are saying it's been a long time coming, but I will add to this, I'll add an amendment to that statement. It's not been a long time coming with the same information. So it kind of reminds me of the movie. We're kind of in this cloudy with a chance of meatballs movie. I'm very excited for the inventor and I cheer him on. And I think it's great that he has these great inventions, right? There comes a certain point where the inventions and the risks of those inventions start to take over the project and we start to see things kind of fall apart. So I don't think that that's the intention. I think that you guys have good intentions, but I think this is starting to have the wheels come off. I have some, concerns to sort of echo what Councilmember Schaaf had about the housing. Our focus groups did know, and they talked about the 300. They weren't, proposing this 800 yet. So I do have concerns that our focus groups were not being, told necessarily that this could be the possibility of this much housing. I do have concerns about, the density in the area with no real doors for, promised doors for affordable housing. And I want to, just make clear that there's a difference between ownership and rental too. So I really want to make sure that we have some places where we can, eventually own. And I want to make sure that when you come to a city and county, these are great ideas, and I absolutely love it. I love the sustainability options of it. We have a lot of great ideas, but I also know that you want to bring an iconic place to Broomfield, but I don't think that you would intentionally bring an iconic bill to Broomfield. And I think that that is very important to note. And I don't think it would benefit either one of us to have that bill issued to Broomfield. That 1.2 million is a very scary number, and rightfully so. I mean, if for instance, I run a Broomfield Afghan Evacuee Task Force. I had someone say they wanted to donate a $20,000 car to one of my evacuees. It's a female who does not work. I said, okay, that's great. What about registration? What about taxes? What about these fees? What about insurance? So these gifts are really great, but we have to really consider, the budget of who we're giving this gift to, right? And we have to be really conscientious about the future of Broomfield. How much will it cost us year after year? And would people agree to it if they knew it was costing them over $6,000 a day? Would they have agreed to it if they knew they couldn't access part of these amenities for 6 months out of the year? We are Colorado. We have some iconic places in Colorado, and I would like for us to sort of redefine what iconic means. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off with some of the things I do like about the project. I do like the amount of housing that we have. I like the density, all for density and walkability and public transit and biking and whatnot. I appreciate that the developer wants to make it where it's more local business owners, boutique kind of restaurants and retail and whatnot, not these big box chain names. Because I think that is one of the key things that would differentiate us from maybe some other more well-known locations across the state and the country. What I do not like about this project is, like Councilor Henkel pointed out, there's only 12 for sale townhomes and the rest are rentals, as far as we've been told. That seems like a pretty sizable discrepancy between owning and renting properties that I wish would have been addressed. I also take issue with the how and when residential versus commercial will develop. And as Councilmember Schaaf pointed out, the lake is a big sticking point. I don't like the lake. I don't think it really sets us apart. And trying to make something iconic in such a short period of time is very difficult. Places we think about across the country, the state, and the world are iconic because they've had time to develop and become iconic. You know, 16th Street Mall, Pearl Street Mall, they've all originated from something that grew naturally. And this is, for what the project has grown into, I think has become somewhat of a hard pill to swallow. And the lake, in my opinion, just does not match with our goals of water conservation, especially since we continue to lose water across the state and western part of the United States. And we need to be mindful of our other neighbors that, you know, we're taking water from someone else. And lastly, I just don't, I just can't support this project at this particular time with regards to the financial impact that the city and county is going to be taking. Because this means if we support this project now, there are other projects later down the road that we will have a much more difficult time funding and supporting because of our financial commitments to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to go back to Ms. Rogers, who can now address Councilmember Schaaf's question from earlier.
Yeah, if I understand the question right, Councilmember Schaaf, it was, can we tie a condition of approval to the reopening of the development, the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement? My advice would be no. That is mixing your two hats.
Thank you. Oh, that was quick. Oh, sorry. That's all. Okay. Councilmember Lindstad.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been 27 years. I was 3 when we started talking about this project. You know, I wish there were more facilities. I don't love the lake, but I mean, this is it. Like, this is a tangible vision of a downtown that our community, especially on the south end, have been wanting since I was 3 years old. So there's no way that I could oppose finally delivering on that vision. And I know there's financial concerns. I think there's been some concerns that maybe we don't consider in other developments that are being considered tonight that I don't think are fair criticisms. But this community, you talk to anyone down here, they ask, what's going on with the Safeway building? You know, where are my independent restaurants? Where is this independent, you know, gathering place in heart of our community that residents have been prioritizing for years? And yes, a pandemic came, maybe priorities changed for a couple of years, but you can't talk to someone down here who doesn't want to know what's happening with that Safeway building that's been sitting there for so many years based on promises that councils have made. And things have changed, but they haven't changed that much. The goals of the community are still in place. I think these challenges are something we can overcome. And, you know, this is a promise that I don't want to go back on. We need a downtown, and it's critical. So to the south end in the town that's already providing so much tax revenue for the north end from the redevelopment of the mall to the 120th quarter that desperately needs reinvestment that this could trigger. There's so many reasons this needs to happen. And I understand the concerns, but this is something I've wanted in this community since I was a little kid. And this is a good project. It's viable. It will finally create that part of our community that we've needed almost my entire life. So I really hope that we can move forward with this tonight, because I don't want to be 60 wondering when a downtown is going to happen. So that's all I have, Mayor. Please, let's not blow this. Let's get a downtown in our community, something that we've been looking for a very long time.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim. I have generally been previously been supportive of this vision, and I do appreciate the custom crafting that the developer has taken the time to do. I also appreciate all the sustainability promises in, I don't know if they'll be kept, but I really do appreciate the fact that the developer is pledging to go forward with the all electric buildings, the HVAC and everything. I am the broad scope of time that this project has taken, spanning the pandemic, has not provided, at least me as a council member, with a lot of insight into exactly what the community is thinking. We did the neighborhood meetings in 9/20 and 9/21. We're in a different situation now, I think. I think the community is generally aware of rising costs, inflation, rising interest rates, a possible recession looming. So we have not received much communication about this project as council in the current time frame. I expected to receive more communication. I pay attention to resident communication, but we did not receive it. So I have to use my own insight into how residents who might have their own individual financial considerations in light of the current economic climate would feel about what I see as impactful costs to the city going forward. So the fact that this is going to cost us 1.1 million annually going forward through 2044 to provide the services to the increased number of residences and the expenses related to the lake, to the other amenities, is the main consideration for me in unfortunately coming down where I didn't think I would come down if you had asked me a few years ago. I don't think I can support this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I think 27 years ago, I was Councilmember Lindsted's current age. In light of that, I am concerned that we're trying to pile too many problems and solutions into one project, and maybe making too much of the word iconic. Iconic is, in the eye of the beholder, but I think what we have here is what was asked for may not be iconic, but certainly unique in that it is a local destination for Broomfield that has the potential by virtue of the density and the space set aside for commercial, to have what was asked for was a local flavor destination that people could see. I believe the intention was, we have 86% of the people in Broomfield who work, leave Broomfield every day, and then they come home and they don't want to leave again for entertainment and recreation and dining. And so I think that's sort of the impetus, that they want something here, not have to go to downtown Louisville, Pearl Street, Old Town Arvada, downtown Denver, Cherry Creek, all the other things that are competing for this. I do think when you compare it to the competition out there, this is unique. I think the water feature is vital. I do think it sets it apart. It makes it an attraction. I think we all know water is a very powerful attraction for people. And I think what the developers have come forward with is what was asked of them. I don't think it's fair to ask them to solve all these other issues in terms of housing and all the other things that are related to this development. I do think we need to keep into account that I know there are concerns about current economic conditions, but they are just that, they're current. The economic conditions will be different by the time ground is broken and this thing is built. We probably will have a recession by then and recovered by the time doors open. So it's current. I think when we talk about the cost, the annual cost, baseline will cost all of us some money as well. Every housing development costs us something. So I think we need to keep that in relative relation to that every development is a cost to us. We already subsidize many amenities that are valuable attractions or things that develop a higher quality of life for the people in Broomfield. All our rec centers are subsidized. They're all a cost to us. They're all amenities, and many other things would fall into that category. So for that reason, I think this is what was asked for, what the community is wants. I know that's something the residents in my ward are looking for, and I would support moving forward and seeing how it develops.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Actually, I have a couple of comments, but I do want to ask a question that's been spurred by a lot of the comments I'm hearing. So one of the big concerns that my colleagues seem to have is over the cost. And it's my understanding tonight, a big part of the cost is making the lake usable for recreation. Is that accurate? So I think you said it was $200,000-$300,000 to make it swimmable, and then other costs that are associated, lifeguards or whatever else.
Yeah, well, so the lifeguards during operating hours will be paid for by the bid, which you all will hear for next. So for what we are responsible for, yes.
So again, a large percentage of this potential, again, this was a forecast, you said, I think it was between, everyone's latching on 1.2 million, but the numbers I saw in the memo were between 300,000 and 1.2 million. So
that's just for staffing. That doesn't have anything to do with the water.
that was the cost that I saw the cost to the city each year annually. This was in the memo, right? Was between 300,000 and 1.2 million.
No, not between. So 300,000 is the absorption based on the calculations that Jeff uses for what we talked about at the council meeting. For anytime that we have those additional units, so 300, so it's not 300,000 to 1.2 million. The million was staffing, which we're figuring it's about 100,000 per FTE on average. So yeah, so it's not the range. So we're looking at 1.3 million, but that doesn't have anything to do with any of those other costs, any of the CIP or filling the water or the ongoing nutrients. That was just for staffing, not anything having to do with
And that's
the water.
because it's because I guess any project we have has cost with staffing. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So to me, it's just not fair to latch on to those numbers. Every project we have comes with additional costs. The cost that we're going to have in baseline, I'm assuming with 6,000 plus homes, if we talk about the additional staffing that's going to be necessary, it's probably going to be similar, if not way more than that. Yet we haven't had that discussion with the baseline or any other developments. The first time we've ever discussed what the additional staffing costs are gonna be for a project. So this is gonna go to this wasn't gonna be my final point, but it's gonna be my initial point is that, and I think Councilmember Lindstedt brought this up, we're kind of making mountains out of molehills here for the first time.
So,
This has never been a discussion before.
and it should have been, and it will be for every development moving forward, because we continue, like we talked about at the council retreat, we have to combine these. We have to be able to combine to say, if you want this, this is what it costs, this is what the PD costs, this is what staffing costs, this is what another planner costs, this is what engineering costs. So, I mean, we're not seeing it from an unfair loading it on. And staff is not for this project, and we are not against this project. You have to understand, and I know as unpopular as it is, Councilmember Lindstedt, it is our obligation and role to council to provide those dollar amounts and the impacts. The fact that staff has not done that historically is one of the reasons that we're in the shape that we're in right now.
And what's our total budget as a city?
455, but that 455 million, and you gotta take out the water, you have to take out the utilities.
I'm just concerned if we're gonna latch on to this, then
Why don't,
I'm not sure I'm gonna be in favor of any additional development in baseline. Because we're gonna have the same questions and the same issue, right? It's gonna cost us probably, I'm guessing X number of dollars more expensive to, times this and staffing costs and what else. And I'm assuming that's gonna be part of every discussion, and I would expect it to be a part of every discussion going forward.
it absolutely is.
And if this is gonna be our baseline, or not to use the same word twice, but if this is what we're gonna be using as a baseline, then I'm guessing nothing's gonna be passed going forward. And we pretty much are built out today, because that's what I'm hearing. I'm kind of disappointed, just to say the least. And as for the same reasons that Councilmember Lindstedt mentioned, Councilmember Holstrom, I've been on council for 7 years. One of the first things that I dealt with, and I said this before, was this project. I could say that everybody that I know in Ward 1, this is the only question they have. It's, when's the downtown going to happen? Where are we with the downtown? If this does not go forward, there's going to be, thousands of folks in the southern part of the community are going to be extremely disappointed. And I wouldn't want to be a person that votes against this. I'm going to read it just to reinforce it. I know that's, I wanted to read the one line from our memo today, because it's right in there. It says that the proposed BTS development has been a community and city council priority for nearly a decade. So this is not something new, and this has been up until I believe last August, with the last council review. This has been pretty much unanimously approved by our city council. So just all of a sudden the tide seems to have shifted for unknown reasons. We're overlooking a lot of the important benefits of this. I mean, number one, it is providing that gathering place that everyone in Broomfield wants. It's going to have a lake, a plaza, mixed uses, the restaurants. A couple weeks ago, actually last week, I'm looking for a place to go out for lunch with my wife. We ended up in Old Town Arvada. Why? Because there was nowhere unique and interesting to go hang out in Broomfield. We talked about going out to Old Town Louisville. We talked about going to Boulder. We did not talk about going anywhere in Broomfield. This would finally provide that. And then affordable housing, again, without this project, we have nothing. With the project, we have millions of dollars that are being, at the very least, infused into our funds. Hopefully we are going to actually get affordable units. There are going to be some for sale units, and I agree. It'd be great if there were more than 12, but it's 12 more than we have today. But and I don't want to focus on that. It's just really more important that there are millions of dollars in potential cash that's going to be infused into our affordable housing fund. And without this project, that's a big zero. Again, don't want to belabor the costs, but, even if we are looking at those costs, which again, we see in every development, like, again, this is an amenity for the city that has to be stressed again. We lose money on our rec center, on our parks. And again, we're losing money on the other developments in our community. The lake, again, I think that's a huge part of this project. Points that seem to be, if you're not in favor of the lake, at least, it's a more environmentally sustainable project than what we currently have there. Right now, we are irrigating grass that takes up more water than what the lake would sustain. And if we're talking about GHG emissions, I don't know how the numbers work out, but at the very least right now, we are mowing that grass on a weekly basis, and I'm assuming those are gas powered. So we are, if you want to get into the minutia like that, we can start talking about that. I will, thank you for that. I do appreciate the grace on that. I guess my bottom line is, without this project, we are no different than some of our neighboring suburban communities. It's an opportunity to be different, to create that sense of place. As I mentioned, people have been, all my neighbors have been wanting this. Everyone, the constituents in Ward 1 have been wanting this for so many years. We are so close to the finish line. And to quote Councilmember Lindstedt, let's not blow this at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. So I'll start by saying that the Broomfield Town Square has been a long anticipated project, and I really do want to see this project go forward. But I agree with Councilmember Schaaf, we need to find the right path forward. And I know we can't leave the Safeway building sitting there much longer. It needs to be something needs to be done. It's been there way, way too long. And our residents who are longing for a destination location, we also need to consider that. We don't want to keep them waiting much longer. I just want to go back to the primary goal that was stated in this packet. This goes back to 2008 or something, was to create a gathering place, a symbolic heart for the community, a place of pride and a regional destination. And we can say a regional should be a fruitful destination, that's fine. And I know there's residents in Anthem Ranch is a place where I hear it the most often. These residents go out to eat a lot. They want places to go, and they have been the most vocal in Ward 4, I think, about wanting this Broomfield Town Square to move forward, because they go to Lafayette, they go to Bolden, they go to other places because they're looking for those unique dining opportunities and the ambiance and everything that comes with it, and they would love this nothing more than to have it done. But it just seems like we're moving in this place where we're not considering this being a destination for all across Broomfield and really focusing on the retail and commercial aspects of it, making sure that we have transportation options and the ability to get around, and it's becoming more of a, let's just get more and more residential there to support it rather than to focus on, let's get the more and more people from all around Broomfield and maybe even our neighboring communities. I would go with the regional there and bringing them in. So I still think it's, we could go back to the original 365 units. And I'll get the lake a little bit more because I love the lake, but I also care about sustainability and climate change. So I'm struggling with the lake still, but I get it as a feature. So I still think, so the 2019 version or whatever we saw with the fewer residential units and take that impact away, and it's a great option. I don't know if there's something we can propose that we can. I'm hearing others say, like, maybe we can limit those residential units and make this a viable project. When you talk about the sustainability options and, building electrification, these are things that we really, really want. These are very important, and maybe those pieces can help me get over the hump of the lake and all the water and work it's going to take to complete that. So I'm not saying no to the lake. I'm just saying I still have concerns. Let's see, the plans for new development versus infill are substantially different. While building height and density is desirable in areas such as Baseline, as we plan for bus rapid transit along Highway 7 corridor, infill projects at Broomfield Town Square must account for the existing development and limit the height and density to what the area was designed for in the first place. I am in favor of the original density, and this increase would negatively impact nearby properties. And we need commercial milestones for conditions of approval. And I want to talk about baseline really briefly here, because I raised these concerns about the baseline development at the last meeting that we had. I really do want to see that commercial come forward in that Center Street district. That bothers me that we keep on approving residential buildings, and that was all in my comments. So this isn't something we've ignored. And what we can't disregard, the baseline includes the Chase data center, the Amazon distribution centers, and the flex buildings, and there's more to come. The Center Street district is coming, and they have plans for massive growth on the right side as you move further and further away from existing residents. It is not infill. This was envisioned as I think I want to read that this was envisioned as a destination for all the residents. I really want to see a focus on bringing people in from all across Broomfield. I just don't see this project as optimizing conservation of energy, water, and resources with the need for thousands of truckloads of dirt to be removed and the filling of the lake. And one part of struggling there is knowing the depth of that lake. It's 7 feet at its deepest. Is it 7 feet just near the edge of the beach, or is it 7 feet across the entirety of it? I mean, if it's a depth of a foot in some places, it's gonna drastically change the amount of water and the amount of dirt. So I think, but it's hard to approve this large lake when we don't know how deep it is and really that full impact. Climate change, drought, and aridification should be at the forefront of our decisions. And we have some more details on that lake. So I'm not against the project. I can't approve what we're seeing tonight without some amendments. So that's where I'm at, and appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other council member discussion? Well, I have supported this project ever since I became aware of it. And part of that has been discussed is that we would have a destination, we would have local restaurants, and I thought it was going to generate revenue. But that agreement doesn't really do that for us for at least 2 decades. And as this residential creep up keeps coming every year, and there's more residential, that makes the deal even worse for us. I mean, this is our land too, and we want it to be what we want it to be. We didn't ask for 818 units. We did ask for a lot, but we didn't ask for that. And so I think it's reasonable to expect us to try to get that compromise of what still makes it a good deal for us, because it's not looking that way right now. And I think that's where we need to find out if we can come to a number of units that's acceptable. Where are we with that? Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna go to, did you want to speak or did you want to?
I did want to take around the comment, but do I need to take time to do that?
You have to wait till first round's over because Councilmember Leslie's gonna speak.
Thank you, Mayor.
Bring it home, Bruce.
I think this has been a very important and powerful conversation. And I've kept quiet because I wanted to hear the views of my colleagues, and I appreciate the passion and the level of sophistication, I think, by the council around the issues that we're all addressing. And I think this is an important milestone. The conversation we had just 5 minutes ago about where we're going forward. City manager has been talking to us about this, starting with the retreat that we had, that we've got to change the way we look at these projects, and we need to take into account all of the variables, not just those on the surface. I think the developer has done a very good job. I think you've shown us a level of sophistication that it entices us to want to do this project, but I will agree with some of my colleagues here that there are issues in that regard. I share some of the same problems. My understanding is that if we turn this down tonight, that doesn't mean that everything is off the table. My understanding is that the developer can come back if he or she wishes to do so with revisions. And you've heard a number of concerns expressed tonight, as well as a number of positive comments about it. I think the project has great potential, but I think that there has got to be changes so that we can say to our constituents, we're not gonna have to take money from Peter to pay Paul here. And therefore, we're not gonna be able to do something else, whether that's here, or whether that's a baseline, or whether that's the first bank center. We've got to take ownership of these issues and make sure that we're doing them as best that they can be done. So I have issues with the lake, I have issues with the density, as some of my colleagues have. At the same time, I agree we need to do something here, and we should do something that is going to be fully supported by the council, by the team, by the staff, and by the residents. And I don't think that's where we're at right now. So my hope would be that the developer would, after hearing all of our conversation tonight, without waiting another 7 years, because I'll be off council by that point. And when Mr. Lindstedt gets elected to the state legislature and is able to get some grant money for this project, then he can fulfill his childhood dream and get this project done the way maybe some of us would like to see it done. But my hope would be that the developer would hear what we said tonight, come back with a project that will actually help us make money. Now, if all the infusion of those dollars, as was just said by Mayor Pro Tem, is true, then let's calculate it. But we haven't seen any of that. What we're seeing really is the loss lead here, not the revenue side of this thing. And so maybe there's some more that could be done on that side of it that would help some of us get off where we're at. But I just can't support the project as it currently is positioned. Again, despite the fact that I like what I see the developer trying to do here, and I like the iconic construct, but I also resonate with my colleague next to me who's raised the issue of the iconic cost of this thing. So I do think there's more work to be done here. I don't think we should shut it down, but I do think there needs to be changes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Marshall.
I wanted to comment, stick around comments, but I also wanted to do the amendment first.
Mike.
Sorry. I wanted to make stick around comments, but I also wanted to do the amendment first.
Ready to go. You can put up slide 2, thanks, guys. Right, you have the floor.
So I move to add the condition of approval that no building permits be issued for any buildings on lot 6 until vertical construction commences on one or more structures containing commercial structures on each of lots 2 through 10.1 and 10.2, as those lots are shown on the 5/24/22 amended plan unit development plan.
Thank you. So Councilmember Marshall has made a motion to add this condition of approval. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Before we get to discussion, does staff have any comments on this proposed condition? Does the applicant have any comments on this proposed condition?
Mayor, council, I was just going to state for the record that the applicant is in agreement with the condition. I think the word structures after commercial was meant to be uses.
Uses, thank you.
But with that minor correction, I believe we are in agreement with the concept in there.
And to add on to what Carolyn has said, there's been a lot of talk about the developers just wanting to push residential. And what we're trying to do is push for development here. And I think this echoes that. 10.2 is the area south of Safeway. And it's not just a residential development. There's tens of thousands of square feet of commercial proposed within that building. And I think people are gravitating towards tables in the PUD that just show residential density. And I understand that concern if we're talking about traffic or this is, again, we have a lot of things that have been asked of us over the past 7 years. And we've included a lot of things in this proposal. Those things need to get paid for, and we can't pass a mill levy outside of our project boundaries. We can't pass mill levies within our project boundaries. The only people and businesses that will pay those mill levies exist within our project boundaries. So this is about ensuring we can pay for all districts that we propose. And I can promise you, we cannot do that without the density we have proposed in the PUD. So it's a question of do we start throwing stuff out of out of the kitty now. We've thrown a lot of stuff in. We're gonna have to start pitching stuff out. And we can go down that road, but we're looking at a couple more years of design.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we have a second, then is there any discussion on the proposed condition of approval? Councilmember Marshall.
So my purpose in proposing this amendment was to try and alleviate some of the concerns of my colleagues on the density. And the fact that other developments have built commercial, residential and not commercial. This development is vital to the health of the southern part of the city. And I would have supported the development as is, but this condition is in there to help alleviate some of those concerns. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim.
I appreciate the effort to put the threshold in there and the triggers. What I don't see this doing, am I allowed to ask staff a question here in this? Okay. So, I mean, I don't see this balancing our budget here. I mean, as just because they build the commercial doesn't mean we're going to have the revenue from the commercial. And everything, I mean, they may not, these commercial buildings may sit unleased. So we would still be saddled with residential units that are occupied because we know people will want to live here probably. But will we have the commercial units filled and get the revenue from those just because they're built?
I can't answer that. That's a challenge with every development. Not just the Cadence, but filling them once they're built. And again, the funds that would be generated, Councilmember Lim, are part of that 54 million. As part of our financial contribution to make the project viable.
Sorry, Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. I told you I was stressed, and I'm up here stress eating as well. So, thank you to Councilmember Marshall for this. I'm curious. So this, so I had about 5 kind of pieces that were issues that were preventing me from really moving forward tonight. And this is one of them, which is getting the commercial done before the residential is there. I don't know if we've actually had time to look at, by doing this, how much commercial are we going to be able to get in before a certain number of residents? I don't know what those numbers will look like. Do we have, based upon this amendment, what the ratio between residential units and commercial square footage is at this point?
I think it's, I'll break it down by each one of those numbers, like 10.2, for instance. I think there's somewhere between 20 and 40,000 square feet of retail that you can fit on the ground floor of that building, wrapping the ground floor. And I do know that those 2 buildings combined have can accommodate up to 175 units. If they were small units, picture like 500 square footers, so that would be maybe 70,000 to 100,000 square feet of residential. It also allows for hospitality in that area as well, our PUD, and then it's actually not out of the question that one of those buildings could take the form of a hotel, which would be commercial. So long-winded answer. I hope that helped. Partially. Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I mean, this is the issue when we get amendments, this late in the process. We just can't get all the numbers.
Right. 10.1 has a minimum of 40,000 square feet, I believe. Because the existing building is 60,000 square feet. We have to blast a paseo through the middle of it, as you see in the site plan. So that, there's in the block 2, you've got something like a minimum of 60,000 square feet. And that would be up to 100, so somewhere between 60 and 100 without getting aggressive and doing hotels, that would be additional commercial. Lots 2 and 3, we have, those buildings are designed, they're in the site plans that you'll be seeing in the near future. They're also in the concept plans that you've seen. So those buildings have not changed. So that they truly have like 36,000 square feet of retail in the lots 2 and 3. And there's 328 units in those 2 buildings, I think, combined.
Okay, I think that helps.
Okay.
Yep, that's all I meant.
All right, thank you. Any other council member discussion? Councilmember Anderson?
I just have a question because I don't see 10.1 and 10.2 on that. Was that on the picture that the plan that we saw earlier, or is that a different document? I did not see them on there. Oh, this is 9.1, 9.2, okay. Are you? All right.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it, okay.
10.1 is the same way though, 10.2 is the parking lot.
Okay. Okay, and I guess I'm with Councilmember Shaft, that it's really hard to understand what we have here and the containing commercial uses on each of those lots. It's like really kind of fuzzy. If it really accomplishes the goal of getting that commercial in to help us sustain this project, that's appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, so we're voting on the condition. All those in favor? Any opposed? The condition passes unanimously. What? Oh my God, yes.
Sorry, some final comments. I've been listening to my colleagues. There are concerns, there definitely are. I understand that. The problem is, no project is perfect. Nothing is ever going to be exactly the way we want it to be. I ran for council in 2017, lost by 300 votes, ran again and won this last year. Both of those times, I personally knocked on over 5,000 doors in Ward 1. This project, traffic safety was number 1, but this project was a very close second. People like Councilmember Lindsay talked about, what's going on with this project? What's happening? People over here just in Greenway Park, that the drive bus would want a place to walk to come to this iconic. We approved roughly 6,000 units in baseline, 650% more than this one. That was a completely developer-driven project. The developer said, hey, we want to build this thing, we can make some money off it. This is a community-driven project. This has been 20+ years of community engagement, community-focused groups, community outreach, especially in my ward. We have a 120th sub-area plan that is over almost 20 years old because this area of town has been neglected more than it should have. These people have been promised this ad nauseum. I'm asking my colleagues, I'm imploring my colleagues to not sacrifice the good on the altar of the perfect. I'm asking my colleagues to fulfill the promises made to my residents, to Ward 2 residents, and to our community, and get this project done tonight. Because if we're holding out for something better, how much longer? 2 more years, 5 more years, 20 more years? Councilmember 60? Please, don't sacrifice a good project because it doesn't check all the boxes. And some of those things that we can fix through the site development plans. And the issues we have with those things can be done at a later date. This is just PUD. And frankly, in my opinion, most of those other things do not fall into the criteria for denying PUD. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Shaft.
Thank you, Mayor. So I mentioned that I had about 5 issues that are holding me back at this point. One of them is the residential cap. So when we looked at this, the 360-ish units going to 818. So for me, that is a sticking point. I mentioned this earlier in my questions. in terms of looking at a residential cap of, perhaps 500 units. I don't know if that's something that, the developer would be amenable to, as looking at capping that at 500 units on this PUD. And that way, we can get this project going and then revisit that increased units at a later conversation after this concept has been approved. I don't know if the applicant would be amenable to that.
Would the applicant like to comment?
Absolutely. Applicant would love to hit the easy button and just say, yeah, like, let's get moving on this. Unfortunately, we're in the position of having to pull together financing for the whole package. And this is the part of the bond financing that it keeps circling back to. Just guessing, I would guess that would have a move of in excess of 8 figures on our revenue in this project. So pick what you want to toss out, essentially. Like it would be a big chunk of our projected financing for this project if we trimmed that order of magnitude off of the proposed density.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that one's a big one for me. Yeah, I don't need to ask any of these others. Thank you, Mayor, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Anderson?
I am just going to reiterate what Councilmember Schaaf just noted, and that is the sticking point. That is the big one, is how this project grew considerably in that residential, and needing to ensure that we have that commercial and that it's viable is very important. If there's something, I'm just, as we move forward, it's like, I would love to just say, yeah, let's do this and then figure it out as we go forward, but it's not going to get any easier. And until we have more, the lake's expensive. It's something that we don't have well defined, and if we can't, it goes into it doesn't meet the sustainability criteria, and it doesn't, it just doesn't, that's one of our goals here. So I don't know how to just say yes to all of this and then figure it out later. I don't have maybe, I don't know how to, at this point in time, without time to think about proposed amendments in more in depth, I don't have an answer to that. So I hope the consideration could be given to something that would allow us to limit the number of residential units and increase them later. But if that's not on the table, then can we post? What are our options here? Can we post? We can't postpone it. We can't. We could continue it, but that wouldn't really change anything, right?
Yeah, Ms. White can clarify. If we push this, it pushes all of those other milestones. Ms. White?
The council has asked a lot of questions tonight, like, would you consider this? Would you consider that? Could you agree to change the project in this way? Could you agree to change the project in that way? Just like it's sometimes difficult for you all to make an analysis when you maybe get new information like a condition the same night. It's pretty hard for us to answer some of those questions in this rapid environment. And so as I can see that you're heading towards a vote, it may be prudent to request that you consider a motion to continue, notwithstanding the very difficult challenge that creates us from a timing milestone standpoint. But so that we can think about some of the questions you've asked of whether or not these are doable and feasible, and whether or not there is any permutation or amendment to this PUD that would address your concerns. Because to one of the points that someone mentioned earlier, well, the developer could always propose something else. That's true. But as Mr. Federer just said, that's 2 years and another $1 million worth of design work away. So if you deny it, this PUD is dead. And we have to start over, go back to do not collect $200 with a new PUD. So if there is an opportunity that some other tweaks might address your concerns, I think the developer is willing to consider that, even if it means some additional delay. And so for that reason, I'd like to propose that you entertain a motion to continue so that we might have some opportunity to work through the notes we've taken about your comments and see whether there's any changes that could be made. You want to add to that?
Yeah, it did. In addition to us analyzing some of the questions you've had today, and I like the way you couched it. We have done this analysis before, and I know where the bond revenues do end up. So unfortunately, I'm guessing that result is the same as my answer this evening, but we will definitely take another look at it. But I also want to make sure we're all reviewing the appropriate financial cost to benefit analysis for this project. As part of our URA analysis, a consultant, third-party consultant was engaged by the URA. They completed a multiple 100-page study weighing the cost of benefit, and the numbers are nowhere near the order of magnitude of the annual operating deficit that we're hearing this evening. So the applicant and the development team is frankly a little bit confused about this $1 million shortfall annually that I believe a lot of you may be basing your decision upon. So we'd like to dive in more into that analysis. How is that number calculated? Why does it differ from the third-party study that was commissioned? I think these are good questions. And I think we need to, if this appears to be a number one consideration, if not top two for most of what I think are the no-votes in the room, that those numbers better be right. And I don't believe they are.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So we'll continue with discussion and then we'll discuss.
Oh,
Yeah, you're next, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
okay, for, I guess, a question, motion to continue, how much time is the developer need?
What I would say is we probably need to continue to a date certain so that we don't have to start back at square
Yes.
one in terms of notices. And by the time your staff looks at your next available opportunity to fit this on a council meeting, my guess is probably at
September
least
13th.
I was gonna say at least 4 weeks away, but it's clearly significantly more than that. And so that's certainly plenty of time. That's probably more time than we were thinking. So can I have just a minute to make sure that we understand what that means when we ask for a continuance, that it means till September 13th.
And I guess I would go with staff, can we fit it in sooner than that? That was a really quick number, quick days.
That's a date that we talked about all day today, figuring out whether it was going to be continued or postponed to a date certain. So that wasn't off the cuff.
City Manager, what if we did a special meeting?
Absolutely.
To expedite it.
You bet.
I think that would be a better solution since they're up against the clock. And I think, anybody opposed to a special meeting? Are you done? Are you gonna use it?
No, I mean, well, no, I'm not done, but I like where the conversation was going, so I mean, I do have one comment, but I want to hear from, I guess, developer first.
I have confirmed that although September 13th is a significant delay, I also understand what happens with your calendars, and we'd sure like to do it sooner if it can be done, but we still would like to propose a continuance.
We can do a special meeting. Carolyn, I think when you were talking to your folks, when would you all be ready? And we can find a Thursday and have a special meeting.
I mean, I think a couple of weeks would be sufficient to dig into some of the issues that have been raised tonight and report back. We probably want to provide, some feedback to staff and vice versa. So build in some time for that meeting.
We say early August.
No, I was looking at June 16th.
You was counting 2 weeks.
3 weeks.
We can accommodate June 16th if your calendar can.
So I have staff looking at me, that I don't know if I'd make it out of here if I said June 16th. Again, from that turnaround time, what would be helpful as well is to clarify those sticking points so that staff to staff is not going back and forth. We'll drill down those numbers. We're confident in those numbers. And I just have to say, so the comment from the developer that those numbers I take personal offense to that, so I just want a moment of personal privilege. So I'm over that now, don't appreciate it. We'll clarify that. I'm thinking staff for the early August, if we can get it earlier. I'm looking at Anna and Lynn. I mean, this was part of the conversation that we had today, Mayor Pro Tem.
I know we make priorities for other issues, so I'd like to make this a priority.
Well, again, so Anna, walk us, so again, it's not that it's not a priority, it's developing the council memo.
It sounds like most of the work is really gonna be on the developers end though. That's my assumption.
Let's go with June 16th.
Well, no.
I mean, I wanna see if.
Let Ms. Burton weigh in.
So I think the reason we were looking at a longer lead time would be that the memos are provided a week in advance of your meetings. So that really is providing less time to staff. It's providing an opportunity for the developer to provide us information. We could attach it to a cover letter and send it to you as a memo, but there would be no opportunity for us to provide an analysis or to provide a more detailed memorandum and route that for review. But if that meets council's expectation that you're looking for a response from them for particular options with just a cover attachment, we could certainly put something together more quickly than a full memorandum and analysis.
If we could, again,
How about July 14th?
I was just looking at that.
if we could drill down into specifically what we're looking, so again, is it the cap on the units? Is it the water? Is it the $1 million for the 10 FTEs? What exactly is it? So we have a really clear path so that we're not going back and forth.
So July 14th gives us what, 6 weeks, give or take? Good. Can I do a straw poll of council? Is that okay? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna get right to it and cut this off then. I'm going to make a motion that we continue this hearing until June 16th. July, excuse me, take it back. We've got July 14th. July 14th, 2022.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I apologize, but if you're part of the development team will not be available on July 14th.
Oh, okay. When's the next Thursday? The 21st? That's NACO. 28?
All right. What was the September date again?
13th.
Okay.
I assume we can't lengthen an existing meeting.
Sorry.
Earlier.
I will, can I just amend it? Not super happy, but I will amend the motion to make it September 13th.
Okay, is there a second? September 13th, anyone, second? Thank you, Councilmember Lindstedt. All right, so we're voting on the continue. Oh, yeah, we're gonna discuss it, and Councilmember Leslie had his hand up, so I'm voting first. He's looking at his calendar now.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm here. So
It's a Tuesday, the regular Tuesday.
yeah, I know, but we've got some plans, and so I just want to make sure that I'm. No, I was going to support what Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting that we do a continuance. I don't want to lose the potential. There are clear issues that need to be addressed. And rather than just shut it off by whatever might happen in a vote tonight, I appreciate the developer's willingness to go on, but I also think staff need to have the opportunity to also consult with and agree to whatever numbers might come out so that we don't have dissonance in that. I think Councilmember Jazinski's suggestion of moving it to September works. I think gives everybody time. For me, though, again, I want to see a way to make this pay for itself either way. And so I appreciate again the suggestion that maybe we need to take another look at the numbers. I agree with that. But in the end, for me, it's less about the density in the lake. It's really about is this going to burden the county for 20 years, or is this going to be clearly a way for us to generate revenue for the entire county? And again, we should be applying that to baseline and to the other projects as well. So I said, I think tonight was a very important meeting and discussion, and I think it's going to change the way we're doing business, and I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you. I say, where are we? We got a motion and a second to continue until September 13th, Tuesday, September 13th. And Councilmember Shaw has discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So to staff's point, I think that we do need to get all of our points of contention, our points of issues that we have, and make sure they're out on the table. So I just wanted to run through mine real quick. So the residential cap of 500, for me, that's an issue, or wanting to have that included. Looking at holding off on building within that lot 6 near the library so that that is not boxed in, and finding a way forward for library expansion to happen without being boxed in. I don't think that I would approve the variance for the administrative approval, though that's not something that's necessarily crucial. And then I think the lake needs more conversation in terms of, you know, what the reality of this lake is for both the city and county, as well as the developer. I think that this is one of those that, you know, for a long time, you know, the city council has not been able to have these conversations, you know, and I think that this is an important one for us to get right. So I would, you know, continue to stress that the lake needs more conversation. So those are my sticking points.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. This is quasi-judicial still, right?
It is, and it will remain in sports.
Is there any way to have discussions, ongoing discussions through this interim period with the developers, if it's all above board and everything, where I guess like they come back with information, we say, one of us is like, oh, we have this proposed amendment. Can we get their feedback on proposed amendments before the night of the meeting? I guess is the question. And whether or not they would be willing to accept something, or how does that work outside of the public hearing, I guess?
So you are not to talk to the developer directly, the developer.
Could we send to you and you
We
can?
could try to work with staff that, and that is what staff tries to do. Staff tries to share with developers what they believe and they know that is council's intent. So we could try to do that. I mean, that's getting into a really tough area because everything's supposed to be on the record that you all do. So that's why what Councilmember Schaaf just did is super helpful for staff. If we go through these issues, we have a 4+ hour hearing to refer back to. We should be at a place where we understand where you're coming from.
I guess the challenge I'm thinking is exactly what happened tonight. Several council members brought up, just, hey, would you accept this? And they basically can't say yes or no because they need to look at information. I want this project obviously to go forward as is. I'm in favor of it as is, but I'm willing to entertain amendments to get it done, because compromise is better than nothing. So that's all comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I'll add to Councilmember Schaaf's request to look at the residential cap of 500. I will add to that. I'd like to know what that does then to our, if the developer were to accept 500, how does that impact our annual projected loss? I want to know, I would like staff to work that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I guess, okay, so I'm gonna add on to appreciate that you stated that you would like to know some of what we're looking for. I would really like to see a better analysis of the lake and just like, you know, what is the real intention of it and where are people going in? And so how deep is it? And any concerns related to it? It's like volume of water is huge. Like how much, what is that real volume there? Because it can vary greatly if it's 7 feet versus just like a couple feet deep. And so we can really see some like costs associated with that too, and what the safety concerns are, and that the lake has been The lake is beautiful. I mean, I love it. I love all the ideas of the boating, and paddle boarding and people getting in the water, but we need to make sure that this is viable. So any analysis there would be super helpful on, to get a little more depth on that one. I agree on this, looking at the residential cap and what would that look like? And then also, the amendment that we just approved, if we're keeping that forward, it'd be nice to see, and then you can actually take the time to do the analysis. And, you know, just how much commercial would that bring forward before it triggered the next residential units instead of trying to do it on the fly? Like that analysis would be helpful for what we just need in that area to give us some comfort. And I think those are the big ones. So thank you.
And Councilmember Anderson, that amendment was already approved in this hearing, so it would continue through the next hearing.
Okay, so the analysis.
Is that it? Councilmember Hinkle?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the conversation for continuing this. I think we all want to be good partners with each other. And I think that will be the legacy that we both share. And I think a big part of that legacy is making sure that one person isn't holding more responsibility than the other. And I think that is a true partnership. And I know that our residents will benefit and the residents around in the surrounding area will benefit. I do have the sticking point of us kind of holding the bag and the responsibility, but not having enough of the rights. Every time I talk to other people about certain things, we talk about rights and responsibilities. In your job, if you have more rights and less responsibility, or if you have more responsibility and less rights, you know, it really unbalances the situations in the partnerships. So I don't want to have, you know, all the responsibility and no rights. So going to the fact that we have this 1.2, you know, this over $1 million a year annually, talking about staff and just that responsibility. You know, I've seen, you know, other places where they have other iconic, you know, things that would attract people to the area. And I know that water is a huge sticking point for you guys too. But I do have concerns that we are going to be stuck pulling the bag financially. And then of course the housing and you know, what that might look like too. So I know I'm just sort of reiterating a few things here, but this is very important to our community. And again, a lot of those focus groups, they did look at that housing. I don't know what changed over the course of those years. I noticed that the pot of water kept boiling and boiling and increasing and increasing. So I think we need an answer to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Cohen.
Just a quick, I guess, reiteration of Councilmember Olson's concerns. I'm a little concerned we're going to delay to September and be at the exact same spot because I see the issues being raised. An arbitrary 500 residential cap when they were telling us they need more than that to finance it. And I'm concerned by the concern about density now when we've been pushing density in other housing left and right, and now suddenly we don't want density here. So I don't know if we're going to make progress. The lake, I've moved here in 2013. I think shortly after that, I saw a presentation on this and I had a lake. This thing has been around for years. I'm not sure why the lake is suddenly such a surprising area of concern. It's been said it's a signature event, and the developers have been clear that without something like that, there's no point in continuing with this development. And I'm also hearing concern about paying for itself. And I don't think there's any scenario where that happens, because this is an amenity that's supposed to enhance quality of life in Broomfield, and it's been an amenity that the residents have been asking for. So my concern is we delay this to September and we're exact same spot. So I hope, to Councilmember Marsh-Olson, I wish there was some mechanism where these issues could be worked through, where we can discuss them without having to meet with a lawyer on the other side of the wall and throw questions at her to relay for us. But I don't know if there's a mechanism for it, but right now I just see that we're delaying until September to have the exact same result.
If I can make a comment, Madam Mayor, I think it's important to remember this is a land use decision, sort of approving. A lot of what we talked about tonight, and this came up, is SDP issues, site development plan issues. and issues with an operation and maintenance agreement. So usually on land use decision and PUD amendments, we don't like to have council negotiating from the dais. So my hope would be after hearing these issues that are raised, if this does get continued, staff can deal with the developer as they do. And there won't be, I guess, the door pop. I don't know how to advise you to try to avoid that situation, but to hope, this is why we need direction now for staff, so we can do that work for you, so that you don't feel compelled to have to put forward amendments, because you should be just voting yay or nay and not making a lot of conditions of approval. Although you can do that, right? I mean, but we do want to avoid this negotiation from the dais.
But land use decisions are pretty much forever. So I think it's kind of smart to be intentional and ensure that we're making the right decision for the future of Broomfield. This is our future. And this is a very important piece of property. The water's always been a sensitive issue, always. Some people love it, some people don't think it makes sense. It just doesn't work in an arid climate. You know, so it never was totally embraced in my experience going to different presentations. And I think every 2 years you have a different set of people up here. So that's also the problem with things taking so long is, you know, priorities change. And honestly, timing is not on our side anymore, right? With the economic downturn and COVID and looking at our finances in a holistic way that we've never done before. And we're the council that has to face the music and not just spend without thinking of the consequences anymore. We have to look at that. And that's what we're doing. It's not against the project. It's that our eyes have been opened up to the financial picture. And that if we keep staying on course how we were, it would be a problem. And so we have to, of course, correct. So that's why there's more scrutiny on this project at this time, because of everything you have all learned in the last few months. I know you were all in the same meeting with me. It's a different time. So we're being mindful of that financial reality. But I don't want this to go away. I want this for the community. I think the intention is still there. It's just making the project work in this current climate for us too. It's hard for all of us, right? We're all trying to make it work. But I appreciate all of the work that you guys have put in and trying to give the community what they want. And I'm glad that we're gonna keep trying. Thank you. I guess we're gonna vote on the continuance. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you all.
So Mayor, may
Sure.
I ask for indulgence to circle back to see if there's any possible way that we can do it before September 13th. For a whole host of reasons, but Carolyn, if we could just circle back with you, not hold council up.
Okay.
And then we can discuss tomorrow. The 13th as firm, but see if we can't work something out prior to that date, more around the 1st of August.
We have notice issues then.
Yeah. You could.
We'll do that next week. We'll do that.
Find another, if we can find.
Carolyn, you're good with that. We make sure it's on the record at the next meeting. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. But we need to make sure it's on the record.
We'll put it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And just a reminder to council, this remains in a quasi judicial capacity. So all those advisements, thank you.
All right, so we did move the next item, the council business, the oil and gas update to Thursday evening, concurrent with the health study meeting here. So you'll get your oil and gas update then. And The city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
Very short. It is coming up to those times for us to review your virtual attendance rules. So when you approved them a year ago, we would say we would do an annual review. If you have thoughts or comments on the virtual attendance rules, let me know. But at a later report, I'll go into more detail.
Wonderful, thank you. The city and county manager's report is next. Mrs. Hoffman.
No.
Thank you. There is no legislative update or any business for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority or Bristol Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening. Additionally, there are no special reports or requests for future action. That concludes the items on this evening's agenda. Is there any other business to come before the council? Seeing none, the council meeting is adjourned.